We're at 25.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so we can start, right, Rebecca?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Great. Okay. All right, so it is 6:30, so we are going to start right on time. Welcome to the Community Board 8 public hearing on the application of the New York Blood Center and Longfellow Partners relating to the Blood Center site in Community District 8. I want to start off with a few housekeeping things tonight. First, the board will not be voting to approve or disapprove the application this evening. We have another meeting scheduled on this topic for May 25, so I just want to let everybody know that. Next, the plan for this evening is to start by hearing from the applicant. Then there will be time for comments and questions from the public and the board. Then we will have a presentation from urban planner George Janes, and then there will be more time for comments and questions from the public and the board. So with that, I will turn it over to Will, who will talk a little bit about some of the meeting Zoom logistics.
All right. Welcome, everyone. If this is your first time joining us, everyone will remain muted throughout the meeting except for our chair, Russell Squire, and the presenters while they're making their presentations. Following the presentation, the chair will call on members of the public who wish to speak. You can participate by going to the reactions icon at the bottom of your screen and pressing the raise hand button, not the wave or the thumbs up. Only press it once, because if you press it a second time, your hand will go back down. If you're calling in from the phone, it is *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. Be on the lookout for a prompt asking you to confirm unmuting once the chair calls on you. The chat is only available for technical support to help with Zoom software problems. It's not to ask questions of the chair or of the applicants. They will never see those chats. If you're using an older version of Zoom, you may need to go to the participants section at the bottom of your screen where you'll find the raise hand feature there. Please do not raise your actual hand during the meeting. We will not see you. There's a lot of folks here and we do not want to miss you. So just chat me or anyone on our team if you need support.
Thanks. And can you just talk about the process for the waiting room lobby if it comes to that?
Yeah, just like the New York Blood Center's auditorium, the capacity of this room is about 300. And if we do get close to that number, we'll be putting up a waiting room. You'll notice that you did not see a waiting room as you came in earlier. But if we get close to 300, we'll put up a waiting room, and folks who are not planning to speak at tonight's meeting or have already spoken, we would encourage you to make room for others by going over to our YouTube and watching the YouTube. The YouTube has about a 5-second delay. You won't miss anything. We promise it'll be just like the same experience as you're having right now.
Thank you. So with that, let's turn it over to the applicant. So Will, if you can unmute Rob and Betsy and Jamie and Melissa and Paul.
Okay. Give me a couple seconds to get everybody. You all should have the ability to unmute now.
Did I unmute myself?
You are.
We can hear you.
We can hear
Great,
you.
okay, terrific.
I'm sorry, before we begin, I'll be sharing my screen, so I might need some additional permissions. This
Okay,
is Melissa.
whenever you're ready, just tell me.
So I'm going to open. I'm Paul Silver. I'm a member of the firm of Kramer, Levin, Neftalis, and Frankel. We are land use counsel to the Blood Center. I'm here with a team of professionals to present the proposal for the new Center East at 310 East 67th Street. Many of you have seen this presentation before, or something very close to it, as we've met with the community board on 2 prior occasions before the beginning of ULURP, and we've met with a number of individual stakeholder groups over the past year. We hope that those of you who've seen the presentation will bear with us. Tonight, this is the official ULURP hearing, and it's important that people who did not come to any of the prior meetings, but who are coming to this because it is the opportunity to make an official statement in ULURP, get to see both a full presentation and a full discussion of the proposal. So tonight, the Blood Center will be represented by Rob Purvis, Executive Vice President and Chief of Staff, Betsy Jett, who's a Vice President for Quality and Regulatory Affairs, Longfellow Real Estate will be represented by Jamie Peschel, Melissa Sarko, an Associate Principal of ENIAD, will speak for the architects about the building, and I will talk about the zoning. So Rob's going to start us off.
All right, Melissa, you want to share?
Yep, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay, thank you. New York Blood Center's proposed redevelopment is essential to ensuring our continued viability into the future. The project is especially important today as COVID-19 highlights the need for the city to have a robust life sciences community to respond to future pandemics. The new Center East will enable NYBC to continue its life-saving work and enhance its research capabilities by helping to position the city at the forefront of life sciences research and support a more vibrant economy. New York Blood Center is a nonprofit organization working continuously since 1964 to improve public health locally and globally. We take care of patients, innovative new treatments, invent new products, and ultimately save lives. Serving more than 75 million people nationwide, we do life-saving work every day through our dual mission of supplying blood and advancing science. As the primary provider of donor services and blood products in the entire New York area, we supply hospitals and research institutions throughout the region with blood and blood products, but we also work to cure diseases with innovative research in hematology, transfusion medicine, cell therapies, and infectious diseases. With blood donation sites and hospital customers across the tri-state area, NYBC provides blood collection, blood testing, and blood products, supplying 80% of the blood needed to New York City hospitals. In addition to our facilities in the New York area, we've become affiliated or acquired 4 regional blood centers over the last 6 years. Community Blood Center of Greater Kansas City, Rhode Island Blood Center, Innovative Blood Resources in Minneapolis and Nebraska, and Blood Bank of Delmarva. Each of these transactions was a non-cash transaction, as in common in the nonprofit world, and each was designed to ensure that New Yorkers have access to safe and stable blood supply for decades to come. To that end, we rely on our endowment to guarantee that we can continue to provide the blood required for the communities that we serve. Through blood products, treatments, and research, we serve diverse populations with specific needs. By maintaining the country's largest inventory of rare blood types, by international leadership in sickle cell disease research and blood services primarily for African Americans and Latinx, and by long-standing efforts in HIV research, drug development, and community education focused on underrepresented populations, including African American, Latinx, gay, transgender, youth, young adults, women of color, and older adults. Right now, the Blood Center's basic science research discoveries are leading to new treatments and cures for macro and neurodegenerative disorders, like blindness, Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, through stem cell regeneration of human tissues and organs. We are also developing prototypic SARS, MERS, and HIV vaccines and investigating linkages between gut microbiome and the central nervous system. In addition, the Blood Center has been at the forefront of advancing breakthroughs in COVID-19 treatment using convalescent plasma. Ultimately, the new Center East is intended to accelerate the continuous development of new treatments for infectious diseases, enhancing preparation for future pandemics. Ongoing collaborations with academic organizations and life science companies are essential to these efforts. The Blood Center uses commercial collaborations to bring our discoveries to market as new vaccines, products, drugs, and treatments. At the foremost generator of startups in New York, we have a unique capability to grow companies in gene therapy from seed to scale. The Blood Center shares space with approximately 10 to 15 companies at any one time, researching thousands of blood-related diseases, including HIV, sickle cell, Lyme disease, cancer, and kidney disease. There's a demand for far more such companies to share space within the Blood Center, but the Biotech Accelerator Program is currently limited by constraints of the existing facility. We cannot expand our life-saving research and development or accommodate more scientific partners due to the physical deficiencies of the current Center East. Built in 1930 as a trade school, it's extremely inefficient without proper MEP systems or vibration control for modern labs. Despite a 45,000 square foot site, the 4 courtyards create narrow wings that limit laboratory function. Consequently, the building must be replaced. However, the site, over an acre in size, is uniquely suited to provide the large, flexible floor plates needed for a state-of-the-art research facility. Next slide, Melissa. Transforming Center East into a new hub for life sciences is key to building a life science economy in New York City. It will modernize and replace the research facilities while integrating space for life science partners within the building. Bringing together NYBC as an institutional anchor with other commercial and academic laboratories will cultivate scientific collaboration and community, facilitate knowledge and technology transfer. It will speed basic science discoveries into application as new patient treatments, new cures for disease, and new vaccines. By clustering bioscience entrepreneurs, the hub will further catalyze technology, product, and company development. Putting basic science research exploration together in the same building with applied commercial research activities will act as a dynamic engine for research breakthroughs, shortening the time from laboratory to patient, and ultimately fueling the life science economy in New York City and strengthening its pandemic response infrastructure. The Upper East Side Knowledge Cluster is a unique confluence of premier research and medical institutions: MSK, Weill Cornell, Rockefeller University, New York Presbyterian, and Hospital for Special Surgery. A new life science hub at Center East will leverage and strengthen this science ecosystem. The synergies between institutions in this location support day-to-day medical and scientific interactions, fuel collaborations that expedite research discoveries, provide accessibility to clinical trials in progress at neighboring hospitals, support startups growing out of the adjacent academic research centers, and facilitate travel for scientists, lab staff, clinicians, and faculty. Rebuilding Center East at this location benefits the Blood Center, its neighboring research and clinical institutions, and the city as a whole. It would maintain important scientific collaborations, some of which are more than a generation old. It would attract research and development firms by offering them space within walking distance of a unique complex of medical and academic institutions. It would make all institutions better able to compete for a talented workforce by offering prospective employees direct personal interactions with research and development firms. And it would serve as a significant step in catching up to and overtaking other cities for leadership in the life sciences industry. The relationships built over years with neighboring institutions and scientists are invaluable to the success of past, future, and continuing long-term projects. This slide summarizes only some of the numerous ongoing collaborative research studies with Weill Cornell, Rockefeller, and MSK, ranging from COVID-19, started this year with Rockefeller, to disease biology of platelet disorder studies with Cornell for over 10 years, to cord blood transplantation studies that have been continuous for over 20 years. Specifically, scientists from NYBC and neighboring institutions depend on the synergies inherent in the cluster of research and clinical institutions to accelerate research progress through the day-to-day back and forth of iterative complementary experiments, to facilitate the transport of sensitive research specimens between labs, to share access to equipment and resources, to enable impromptu interactions that are lifeblood of collaborative research, and to promote the convenient exchange of scientific information. We asked our scientific partners to expand these critical ongoing scientific collaborations. They talk about the need for speeding research progress, transporting patient specimens, facilitating impromptu interaction, and sharing scientific information. A couple of the quotes: accelerating research progress. In a current NYBC partnership with MSK's Cancer Center Stem Cell Engineering Lab, it took only 1 month of meetings, some impromptu, and an iterative series of experiments at our research locations to reach the same milestones of progress that took a full year to achieve with NYBC's German partner for the same technology, that from the Center of Cell Engineering from MSK. Research can flourish. The investigators' laboratories, being as close as they are, allow this research to flourish, and they would come to a standstill if the center moves, since we would not be able to get critical patient samples to them in a timely manner. Many of these must be processed immediately. That from Rockefeller University. Next slide, Melissa. We need to replace and modernize our facilities, as well as expand our commercial and academic collaborations. But we cannot do it alone. We rely on our endowment to carry out our dual mission of supplying transfusion products and conducting scientific research. Longfellow provides the necessary expertise in life science laboratory development to build the project and realize our vision to transform the site into a vibrant hub for life sciences and a catalyst for biotech. This vision for Center East will bring together the Blood Center as an anchor with other bioscience research partners, including startups, graduate companies, and mature biotechs. Create a collaborative ecosystem that furthers basic research, drug commercialization, and scientific community, and builds a more robust life science community in New York City, fueling economic growth. Jamie?
Thank you, Rob. As the largest private national life science real estate investor with a portfolio of investment and development properties totaling over 10 million square feet, Longfellow Real Estate Partners focuses solely on the unique demands of science and technology clusters. We are a mission-driven developer of life science facilities, and we develop them in strategic locations and build long-term relationships with research-centric organizations like the Blood Center, including universities, medical centers, and research institutes to support the growth of life science communities. The Longfellow New York Blood Center Partnership is dedicated to fostering ongoing research breakthroughs and to furthering the life sciences industry in New York City.
Thanks, Jamie. The new building will economically benefit New York City by keeping life science entrepreneurs in the city, by translating new scientific discoveries into application, and by fostering New York City as a life sciences destination, all while creating over 2,400 new jobs and 1.1 billion in net new economic output annually post-construction, and actively working to unlock opportunities for an inclusive workforce at the center. Longfellow and NYBC care greatly about diversity and inclusion, social equity, and equal opportunity. NYBC and Longfellow are committed to promoting the life sciences for New York City students with education programs that recruit high school students and train college students to pursue meaningful STEM careers. Over the last 10 years, NYBC has hosted the Future Leaders in Science program for high school students at Center East, exposing more than 300 students from 20 area schools to opportunities in science and research. Other education initiatives include partnerships with CUNY and the Health Education and Research Occupations High School in the Bronx, summer research internship programs for college students, on-site training and special certification for medical technologists, fellowship training in transfusion medicine and immunohematology, as well as ongoing lectures and education events for scientists, physician students, and lab techs. Center East is also initiating a workforce development program to create employment and internship opportunities with both the Blood Center and building occupants. The 596,000 square foot project is completely focused on life science laboratories and the space needed to directly support that research. It is not a commercial office building. NYBC will be the institutional anchor of the hub, occupying 35% of the total building. Life science research space will occupy the remaining 65%. The shared collaboration, conference, and core facilities create a biotech innovation center that promotes knowledge exchange between the Blood Center, life science companies, and industry groups, while providing all building occupants use of high-tech research facilities. Betsy?
Hi, everybody. This is Betsy Jett, and I just wanted to cover a few points on our Biosafety Level 3 laboratory that we have heard there's been some concern and misinformation about. So New York's Blood Center has operated up to 1 or 2 BSL-3 labs throughout our existence on the Upper East Side, at least since the 1980s without incidents. We've used it in research around the diagnosis and treatment of hepatitis B, hepatitis C, and HIV. And in fact, that the work in that laboratory helped lead to the first hepatitis B vaccine. Our laboratories are heavily regulated by many agencies, but BSL-3 labs in particular are registered with the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene and must comply with CDC and NIH specifications for their design and use. And that design and use is intended to provide the level of controls needed to make sure that there are no accidental exposures for our staff or for the community. This type of facility is typical in academic research institutions. There are some in our neighboring institutions and probably everywhere across the country where you do basic research around infectious diseases. So the new Center East building is intended to be a replacement of what we currently have as a permitted BSL-3 lab. It is not a new function that we're bringing in with the new building. We will do the same types of research we are now and don't intend to expand our use of the BSL-3 facilities beyond what our current type of nature and capacity is. Longfellow doesn't plan to install any BSL-3 labs in the footage above us, and has no plan to develop BSL-3 labs for commercial use. And that's it, Melissa.
Right. Yep, thank you. My name is Melissa Sarko with Eniad Architects, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to speak on behalf of the New York Blood Center. What we're looking at right now on the screen is a site plan of Center East in the context of the neighborhood. It's located between 67th Street and 66th Street and between 1st and 2nd Avenue. The site is directly south of the Julia Richmond Education Complex and down the street from St. Catherine's Park. The New York Public Library is our immediate neighbor to the east, and the Memorial Sloan Kettering Breast Center is directly south of the complex. The main entry, given the site conditions, the main entry is intended to be on 67th Street with a secondary entry on 66th, along with the service access on 66th Street, which is where it currently exists in the building today. This slide shows on the right-hand side an enlarged ground floor plan, indicating again the main entry on 67th and the secondary entry on 66th Street. The entire frontage of 67th Street will be transparent and will provide direct access to a large multi-purpose room that can be programmed for educational, networking, and community events. This will be a fully accessible, modern replacement to the existing New York Blood Center auditorium. A small cafe is also planned for building occupants and visitors. The area in blue includes 2 New York Blood Center public-facing programs, a new blood donation center, and space for Project Achieve, which is one of their long-running HIV research and outreach programs. There are 3 curb cuts proposed on 66th Street to accommodate service access, including loading, waste removal, and fleet parking for the Blood Center vehicles. On the left side of this image is the stacking section for the building. The base of the building is 84 feet tall and consists of 4 floors that cover the entire lot. This portion of the building includes laboratory space for the Blood Center, specialized core labs, and interaction space for all of the building tenants to promote casual discussions and collaboration. Above the base and set back from the perimeter are 9 floors of life science laboratories under Longfellow management. Those are shown in orange. We've maximized 2 floors of below-grade space for mechanical, building support, and additional core laboratories. Mid-level and upper-level mechanical floors provide the required building systems and technology infrastructure. All rooftop mechanical will be screened to a total height of 334 feet. Center East massing and floor plates are driven by best practices in research laboratory design, including NIH guidelines for laboratory buildings. Laboratory buildings have requirements that are quite different from office buildings or residential buildings. And one of the main tenets is organizing everything on a rigorous 11-foot module, which is set up to provide the necessary space for equipment separated by a minimum 5-foot aisle. This planning module provides flexibility for different laboratory configurations or allows for reconfiguration as needs change over time. The laboratory zone is defined by a 33-foot open bench area at the perimeter of the building, which includes workbenches and desks, and a 22-foot lab support zone for enclosed equipment rooms and specialized environments. 16 feet floor to floor is needed to accommodate the robust mechanical systems and building services that support a state-of-the-art lab environment. Both the Blood Center lab floors and the upper commercial lab floors are organized based on the principles just discussed. An 11-foot module extends in both directions on the floor plates for maximum flexibility and drives the location of all of the structural elements, including the building perimeter. The upper floor plate size was established based on the need to hold that 55-foot lab zone from the building core to the exterior wall. And you can see 2 of those lab zones at the north of the plan and at the south of the plan. The resulting 30,000 square foot floor plate is an ideal size for larger research groups, but can support subdivision for smaller startups and growth stage companies, which will be so critical to Center East. This is an aerial view looking across the site to the East River. It shows the proposed project in the context of the immediate neighborhood, which is characterized by a variety of building types and uses. This image is a view from 67th Street showing the front entry of the building. The scale and texture of the building base directly relate to the neighboring context. In contrast to the blank walls of the existing building, the activity of New Center East will be visible and will help to put science on display to this community and to New York City. And I'll turn it over to Paul Silver, who will walk you through some of the proposed zoning actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. I'll start by talking about the project's incremental shadows on St. Catherine's Park, one of the issues that is of great moment, and how the Blood Center is proposing to approach addressing their impact, and also about the Blood Center's plans for assessing the effect of the proposed building on the Julia Richmond Education Center. Then I'll review the policy and regulatory aspects of the proposal. The Blood Center has been proactive in addressing the park. Early in the process, we met with Friends of St. Catherine's Park, and we reached out for the Department of Parks and Recreation to get its view on what the park needs. The Blood Center also retained Matthews Nielsen Landscape Architects, one of the city's leading landscape architects, to prepare an analysis of conditions in the park and to address those conditions with concrete proposals for park improvements. So far, the Blood Center has neither made nor has it received any commitments with respect to the park. We look forward to a continuing dialogue with all interested stakeholders as we move through ULURP, which is the way, in fact, the process intends us to arrive at some conclusions with respect to how to deal with the park. The Blood Center also studied the impacts of the project on the park as part of the City Environmental Quality Review, or SEQRA. These studies included an assessment of the incremental shadows at the winter and summer solstices, the spring and fall equinoxes, and a date midway between the summer solstice and the two equinoxes. The analysis times for these studies were as required by SEQRA protocol, Eastern Standard Time. However, on every analysis day other than the winter solstice, New York City is on daylight savings time, meaning that a shadow measured at noon Standard Time is actually experienced by the public at 1 p.m. daylight time. To address this difference, and in order to provide a description of the shadow impacts that matches the experience of park users, we will reference daylight savings time in discussing the way in which spring, summer, and fall shadows move across the park. We'll start with the principal learning from these studies. The project has no meaningful impact on the park in winter. It adds only a minor amount of shadow for about 30 minutes between 2:30 and 3 in the afternoon. The second is that in spring, summer, and fall, the park is for most of the day in sunlight. The shadow does not reach the park until 2:15 daylight time in the summer and 3 o'clock daylight time on the equinoxes. And portions of the park remain in the sun for up to 2 hours after the shadow first reaches the park. Third, the absence of new shadow on the park until the afternoon means that light levels for plantings will remain classified as a full sun horticultural condition, and that existing vegetation will continue to have a healthy growing environment. Now we'll look more closely at the solstice, the mid-season, and the summer equinox. The diagrams will go from left to right across the screen. At the equinox, the entire park is in sun until 3 p.m. daylight time. The sitting and playground area is entirely in the sun until about 4 p.m. daylight time, and portions of that area continue to be in sun until about 5 p.m. daylight time, when the shadow covers the balance of the park. In the mid-spring, mid-summer analysis day, the entire park is in sun until about 2:30 daylight time. The entire sitting and playground area is entirely in sun until between 3:30 and 3:45 daylight time, and portions of it continue to be in sun until between 4:30 and 4:45 daylight time. And finally, at the summer solstice, the entire park is in sun until about 2:15. The entire sitting and playground area is in sun until about 3:45. And solstice shadows from the project do not generally extend into the northern third of the park. The Blood Center, that speaks to the shadows. The Blood Center is also taking seriously the potential impacts of its project on the Julia Richmond Education Center. We've been asking to meet with the JREC schools for many months in order to understand their concerns and to explore ways to address them. Despite the fact that no one from JREC has been willing to meet so far, the Blood Center intends to press ahead, and that means two things. First, we will persist in seeking a dialogue with the leadership of the schools. And second, the Blood Center will undertake a review that goes beyond that required by the secret technical manual of the project shadow impacts on the schools, and will look at noise and air quality impacts during construction on the operation of the school and its classrooms. So turning to the regulatory aspects of the proposal, I'd like to start by putting the zoning proposal into context. And that context is the city's initiative to become a leader in the life sciences. The Center East is fully consistent with this initiative, and it is in fact, first and foremost, an economic development proposal. Life sciences is a natural direction for the city's economy because it builds on the strengths of the physical, financial, and intellectual infrastructure we have. These strengths include an unparalleled density of world-class academic and medical centers and of nonprofit clinical and research facilities, an international financial market and a strong venture capital ecosystem, and a well-educated and talented workforce. Advantages such as these offer a strong foundation for a life sciences economy, but the city to date has been unable to capitalize on these strengths because it has been unable to provide the kind of laboratory space needed by companies that do commercial research and product development. As a result, the city is far behind, in particular, places such as the Boston, Cambridge, and San Francisco Bay areas in building a strong and fully integrated life sciences economy. Two metrics offer a revealing and compelling illustration of the city's relative position in the industry today. The first is that the Boston, Cambridge area had in 2019, the most recent year we have figures for, about 20 times more lab space than New York City. And the second is that the amount of venture capital funding invested in the Bay Area in 2019 was about 4 times the amount invested in New York City. So to catch up with today's life sciences centers and become a leader in the industry, the city must encourage development of the kind of space needed to induce companies involved in product research and development to establish a presence here, to put down roots here, and to grow here. Experience elsewhere teaches us that the best way to attract and keep these companies is to create industry clusters. That is, to offer them space that is close to and ideally within walking distance of major research and clinical institutions. Studies of locational decisions by life sciences companies have shown that such proximity is one of the most important factors in making these decisions. The studies have also shown that proximity provides significant benefits in the form of knowledge spillovers and exchanges. And these studies have finally shown that the benefits of proximity are strongest when life sciences companies are located within 2 blocks of similar firms, and that they dissipate when firms are separated by more than about 1.5 miles. New York City's recognized the importance of life sciences clusters. It's taken the land use actions needed to effectuate, for example, the Audubon project across the street from Columbia Presbyterian Hospital and Alexandria Center across the street from NYU Langone Hospital Centers. Here in the East 60s, we have an extraordinary complex of institutions, one of the strongest and most diverse in the city, that can offer a powerful magnet with which to attract product research and development firms. The New York Blood Center has known this for years because of the success of its East Side Biotechnology Accelerator Program. The city has recognized it as well by giving Rockefeller University funding for the creation of an incubator for life sciences companies. All that's needed to take full advantage of this opportunity is to provide a critical mass of space for companies in all phases of product development. And that's where the zoning actions proposed in this application fit into and support the city's economic development policies. There are three basic zoning actions: a rezoning, a change in the zoning map, a change in the zoning text, and a special permit. You see the existing zoning map today with a C28 and a C19 zones along 2nd Avenue, separated at 66th Street, and an R8B in the mid-block. The rezoning would relocate the boundary between the C28 and the C19 zone 1 block north to 67th Street, and it would remap the blood center into a, better wait a sec, Melissa. Okay, remap the blood center into a C27 MIH zoning district. The avenue frontage remapping will make the existing theaters on the west side of 2nd Avenue, which are today allowed by special permit as of right, and the remapping of the blood center site would permit development of a new home for the blood center and a scientific research and development facility to complement its work and the work of its institutional neighbors. There are compelling policy reasons for this rezoning. The first and most important is that it satisfies three important public goals. It gives the blood center a new state-of-the-art home in which to carry on its mission of providing a safe blood supply to the region and elsewhere, and of engaging in groundbreaking medical research. It ensures that the productive collaborations among the institutions in this area are not aborted, and that they can continue to benefit, all of them can continue to benefit from their relationship with the others. And it will create a world-class life sciences clusters that's anchored by the area's medical and academic institutions, and includes businesses in companies in the business of turning their research into life-saving medical advances. The second policy basis is the appropriateness of the New York Blood Center site for advancing these goals. This is so because first, it has proximity to these institutions. Second, it is a 5-minute walk from 3 subway lines that connect it to Midtown, Lower Manhattan, Queens, the Bronx, and Brooklyn, so that people can, in fact, commute by mass transit. That as a parcel of land, it is uniquely suited to redevelopment with a life sciences hub by reason of its size, very large, 45,000 square feet, its shape, and its history of non-residential use. And finally, the fact that it's not on a typical R8B block, and it is not in an area, and it is in an area in which numerous mid-blocks include buildings ranging from 12 to over 30 stories. Second action is an amendment to section 7448 of the zoning resolution. Section 7448 was originally adopted and subsequently amended to facilitate the development of prior life sciences campuses. The proposed amendment would allow the City Planning Commission by special permit to authorize the site-specific actions needed for this proposal. That is a flexible mix of institutional and commercial scientific research and development facilities in the building, and a modification of height, setback, yard, and signage regulations. The third action would be the approval of that modified special permit. The resulting building, as Melissa said, would be 16 stories tall. It would have a 4-story base that sets back at 84 feet, an overall height of 334 feet, and it would contain 452,000 square feet of zoning floor area. About a third of this floor area would be the new home for the blood center, and the balance would be institutional and commercial partner space. I think we got to skip 2 slides now. The 2 sections on this drawing illustrate on the left, the rear yard waiver, and on the right, the height and setback waiver. The rear yard waiver, and the areas, by the way, that are encroaching into the rear yard or encroaching beyond the setbacks that are otherwise required are shown in green and crosshatched. allows the building to be built to each of its east and west lot line above a height of 23 feet. It includes a portion of the building base on the west side or the left side of the drawing, and a portion of the base and a sliver of the tower on the east side or the right side of that drawing. The height and setback waivers reflect the demands of the tower floor plates described by Melissa Sarko earlier, and the tower is offset, making the waiver more extensive along 66th Street in order to increase its setback from St. Catherine's Park. Finally, the signage waiver allows signage at up to 40 feet above grade, 15 feet higher than the 25-foot limit in the C2 zone. And it also allows a greater surface area of signage, including illuminated signage on the building, up to 500 square feet on each of its frontages, or more than the total of 150 square feet allowed by the C2 regulations. So that's the substance of the zoning actions. We're presenting this, and we believe that the Blood Center, taking these actions will give the Blood Center a 21st century home that it needs, that it will allow it to maintain the scientific collaborations that it has now with neighboring institutions. It won't interfere with those, and that those collaborations speed research discovery that are key to medical advances. The new building will support workforce education and development programs. It will provide flexible space that will encourage life sciences companies to come into New York as incubators and to stay here as they grow. It will make possible additional collaborations among the institutions in the neighborhood and the companies that are in this space. And it will create a world-class life sciences cluster that will help make New York City a national leader in the life sciences, something that the city would very much like to be. So thank you for your attention, and it's time for us to take questions, I guess.
Thank you. So I'm first going to go to elected officials who are here, and I believe one of our assembly members, Rebecca Seawright, is here. So I'll turn it over to Assembly Member Seawright if we can unmute her.
Thank you, and it's good to join you all this evening. I'm Rebecca Seawright, representing parts of the Upper East Side, Yorkville, and Roosevelt Island. Thank you to your chair, Russell Squire, and all of you community board members for doing your due diligence on this project. The proposed Blood Center Tower project on East 67th Street. I'm speaking on behalf of my many constituents that I hear from daily who've contacted our office or walked into our storefront office over on York and 78th Street, who have expressed their concerns and have numerous questions about this project. The concerns are only mounting, and you will hear, I'm sure, from many people in the public tonight on their concerns, the inappropriate of the upzoning of the mid-block, access to sunlight on the narrow sides of the streets. And I could go down a whole long list of concerns. We recently hosted a town hall on Manhattan Neighborhood Network featuring your community board member, Elizabeth Ashby, as well as Bill Angelos and Rachel Levy. And I encourage you all to go on Manhattan Neighborhood Network website or to our website and watch that town hall where we discuss many of these issues. Our neighbors have answered a call to action by the local East 79th Street Neighborhood Association, and we've previously heard from hundreds of our neighbors in Community Board 8 and our watchdog preservationist groups like Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. So I join our neighbors tonight in opposing this harmful project and ask that a lot of these questions get answered this evening. I also want to just announce quickly that I know some people received their absentee ballots today that are on the permanent absentee ballot list for the upcoming June primary. We recently, the office worked very hard to secure the Metropolitan Museum of Art as an early voting location, as well as Marymount Manhattan College, and back on Roosevelt Island, the sports complex. So I'm happy to make those announcements that we've secured additional sites for early voting. And if you're on the permanent absentee list, starting today, you should see that in your mailbox. So thank you. And I look forward to hearing the community's questions as I oppose the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Seawright. We are also joined by one of our council members, Ben Kalos, so we will turn it over to him. You can just unmute him.
Thank you to Russell Squire. Thank you to several hundred people who are here tonight. I see 289. We have a petition up at benkalos.com that has received nearly 800 signatures. Last time I checked, it was at, I believe 750, 760 against, 20 against with support for the project as of right, and 20 folks who did not necessarily have addresses within the neighborhood or within New York City who felt that the project should be supported. And so I'm asking to hear from everyone. You can go to benkalos.com /petition/blood center because I'd like to hear from you. And I want to thank the community board for hearing about this for, I think this is hearing number 5 or 6, is that correct?
Yeah.
And I believe there's still one more to go. And I want to thank the community for coming out, because you're going to have to keep coming out. After this, I'm hoping that we will have another hearing in Community Board 8. When it goes to the borough president this summer, I'm going to be asking Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer to have a public hearing on it. We're going to ask you to come out, and that's before it even comes to the city council, where there will also be multiple hearings. So we need everyone to come out at every single stop. And I want to thank our Assembly Member Rebecca Seawright. I know that Senator Liz Krueger has come out in opposition. The borough president has already come out in opposition. And I want to hear from the community board and see the process. I just want to remark on one thing. Typically, the community does not have this much advance notice. Together with the elected officials and the community board, folks have really had several months lead time on this. I've been doing this for quite a while. I was on Community Board 8 back in 2005 when the Community Board 8 actually defeated a previous blood center proposal. And I think Elizabeth Rose has reminded me that it was actually twice. It was when I actually founded the Youth and Education Committee. And I've never seen a project moving forward where the community has made its voice heard over and over again with a repeated message, and the developer in question made no response to the community and just kept moving forward with the exact same project. We've done countless projects in this district. Rockefeller University made a $15 million investment in rebuilding our waterfront in response to community board concerns, and changed the design of their building. Hospital for Special Surgery did the same from 70th on. They're going to be building up to 78th Street. We've been doing countless ULURPs here, and every single time folks have come to the table, heard the community, whether it was controversial or not, and it's been a win-win. I'm really disappointed that we're this far along in the process. It's been certified, and we're still looking at the exact same project that reflects no input from the community. And just to be clear, some of the questions that we're hearing from folks is it starts with St. Catherine's Park. And I'm going to be very honest here. I'm a dad. I have a 3-year-old. And during this pandemic and living in a New York City apartment, parks are a lifeblood for families. And I can't survive without a park. And we go to every park because kids get bored of parks. But when that sun goes down or it gets hidden behind a building, that's when my daughter turns to me and says, time to go home. And that's every parent's experience. And the idea that we wouldn't have a park from 2 o'clock on from March to September, the times that families use the parks most, because it's finally not so cold that you have to bundle up. I just don't know who would take the sun away from our children. And so we haven't seen any sort of changes to reflect that. And I don't know what kind of possible mitigation could be done to make sure that children could still see light. And it's not like we have other parks in the 60s. This is it. Beyond that, across the street, we have Julia Richmond Education Complex. And that was previously the site that the Blood Center wanted to raise so that they could put up a much, much, much taller building. But now these children who currently have daylight in their classrooms, and we found research that shows that that's helpful. And it's even good for our environment. And so what happens to the children and their learning when they can't see the sky anymore and they don't have natural light in a building that was built to have that natural light? And similarly, we have a school there that serves children with receiving specialized education. Many of them have IEPs. Some of them are on the spectrum. Others have autism. How are they going to survive 5 years of construction right across the street during the school day every day? With regard to the larger question of zoning, we have a mayor and a governor and state elected officials who are talking about converting our central business district, which is only 9 blocks away, from commercial to residential. And this is a proposal somehow supported by Mayor de Blasio that would convert a residential block, 2 of them on the Upper East Side, into commercial office towers at the time that we theoretically have millions of empty square feet of it. And it's just not how we should be doing zoning. Like, it's a fundamental question. Are we just going to rezone central business district to residential so that the owners there can make millions and billions on condos and then rezone the Upper East Side into commercial? And it seems crazy because it would be putting zoning on its head, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. And I really want to hear those answers. Last time I asked about the BSL-3 lab. It's a biosafety level 3 lab where they are currently able to study diseases far more dangerous than coronavirus, which has shut down our planet now for more than a year. And the Blood Center is a nonprofit. The other institutions in this neighborhood are nonprofit. They're educational institutions, they are research institutions, but this would be giving a BSL to a commercial institution, which means any company that wanted to come here could feasibly, based on this, and we still don't have an answer. I'd love the answer. Can any company, can I wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I want to do research on dangerous pathogens. I'm going to go rent an office space in the Longfellow Tower because they have the BSL-3 lab, so I don't have to go through that clearance. So I think those are some of the big pieces. We've also heard, and I'll just borrow from some of the local residents who have been sharing some facts with me. A lot of the conversations has been about it has to be here or nowhere else. At the same time as we have an empty lot at the Proton Center in northern Manhattan, where we need to lead this recovery with an investment in our Black and brown communities that have been on the front lines and faced historic disinvestment. And yet that's sitting there empty, and we could be building jobs there, we could be building this research there. And this notion of proximity at the same time as we are seeing all the medical institutions in the neighborhood leaving proximity. We now have health centers in, I go to a health center from NYU on 54th Street in the Central Business District. That's where the Men's Health Center is. My wife goes to the Women's Health Center on 84th and Lexington. My daughter goes, we go to Mount Sinai on 98th and Madison. And so it seems like, at least for my family, I don't know if it's like that for other residents, we go where the care is, and the care is all over the city. It's not just on 67th Street. And so I guess another question is, why there? There's also been a lot of conversation about it needs to be here because of the other institutions, that there could be a partnership. But I've been a part of those partnerships, and we literally just built a medical office tower. It's called the Belfer Center. It's Cornell. it's Memorial Sloan Kettering, it's Rockefeller University. Together, they have the Tri-Institutional Therapeutic Development Initiative. And I guess the question is, where was the blood center? Why isn't the blood center part of that building? As far as I understand, that building still has empty space. Why isn't blood center part of it? And if they are, then why do they need more? And if they aren't, what is the partnership that they're talking about that requires them to build the Longfellow office tower here? When I met with the blood center in Longfellow, I asked questions about diversity goals and how they would actually reach some of the equity initiatives we're trying to see in the recovery from the pandemic. And I'm still waiting on information on the diversity numbers for all of Longfellow's other towers. Is this going to be a tower built in a neighborhood that is predominantly Caucasian for Caucasian workers? Or is this going to be a tower that is actually going to serve a diversity of our city and actually bring wealth and good paying jobs to every New Yorker? And in fact, maybe more Black and brown people who we should see in the medical fields earning high wages during this type of work. So I still haven't gotten any of my questions answered. I know that there are at least 300 of you who have heard me ask all these questions before. I know the blood center's heard these questions and they still haven't responded. And it's just very frustrating to be this far along in the process where the blood center is refusing to show up to meetings, refusing to have a plan reflecting responses from the community. And so if you haven't already, I need to hear from you at benkalos.com/petition/blood center. You can also email me, bkalos@benkalos.com. I have a lot of questions. The community board should hear the questions from the community, and I'm sorry for taking so long. It's very frustrating. And make sure you share your questions, your opinions, please weigh in. And the community board should absolutely demand answers ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you. So I also want to recognize the many people from the community who have joined this meeting. This is a capacity crowd. I know that there are others watching the live stream as well, who have, in many cases, kindly left the meeting to make room for others. So I just want to thank everybody for showing your commitment to the community by joining this meeting this evening. We are now going to have comments and questions from the public and the board. A few notes about this. First, we set up a link to collect written comments. We sent an email out about this and have been soliciting written comments. Will has already put the link for that in the chat, and if he can do that again, that would be great. You can also email your written comments to the board. I want to thank the many people who have submitted written comments already. All written comments we receive before we vote on this will be part of the record of Community Board 8's consideration of this application. And even if you have not submitted a written comment yet, you can still do so after this meeting up until May 25th, which is our second meeting that we've scheduled on this. This meeting tonight is likely to be a very long meeting. We are going to try to hear from as many people as possible. Speakers from the public will be limited to 2 minutes each. We are very strict about that time limit. Also, each member of the public will only be permitted to speak once. In the interest of time, I encourage people to submit written statements in lieu of speaking. You can be as comprehensive as you want in your written statement, and they will be fully part of the record. I'm just going to, well, Will already talked about the Zoom mechanics. If you would like to speak or ask a question, raise your hand using the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will be calling on folks. We're going to, and then you'll be able to unmute yourself. We are going to start with comments and questions from the public. However, I may start to take comments from the board as well before everyone from the public has spoken, just that we have a mix of commentary and interspersed with those. Of course, the Blood Center representatives may have responses, and Longfellow may have responses to the questions or comments that folks are offered. And so, obviously we hope that they'll answer any questions that that folks have this evening. So I'm just going to start off here before I turn to starting to take public comments and just make 2 brief process-related points. First, and this is something that Councilmember Kalos touched on, it is disappointing that no changes to the proposal have been made between when it was first presented to us last year and now. And Mr. Selver even mentioned that this is the same presentation that the board has already seen because the proposal is the same. There has been a lot of feedback from the community and a lot of concerns expressed in the time since we first heard this proposal regarding a number of issues, and it's just hard to believe that no changes have been proposed to try to address or alleviate any of those concerns. There should have been much more meaningful engagement with the community in response to all the concerns that have been expressed. The second point I would like to make here is we did ask the Blood Center to post notice of this meeting on the street last week. This is a standard thing that we have all applicants who come before us do. This week we found out that they had not done it last week, and we pressed them to do it. And while they did post earlier this week, it's disappointing that they didn't post the notice last week as we had asked them to do. So with that, I will start to take comments from the public. I see that Betty Cooper Wallerstein has her hand up, but before I go to Betty, I know that she is here with other folks from Friends of the Upper East Side, so we're going to go to Karen Mira first.
I'll ask your patience as I search for certain people. Karen, go ahead and unmute.
Good evening. I'm Karen Mara from Carter, Ledyard, and Milburn, representing Friends of the Upper East Side Historic District. I want to begin by acknowledging the importance of the Blood Center's work. This application is not a referendum on the value of that work. It's about land use and zoning and whether it makes sense to place a large, bulky commercial tower like those found in Midtown Manhattan on a narrow residential side street. And we don't think so, and here's why. First, we think it's not necessary. The site is underbuilt. The Blood Center could, and indeed city planning assumes it would in the DEIS, build a brand new, larger facility on the development site under existing zoning. And also, the city can, and in fact has been, even before the pandemic, successfully growing the life science sector without converting residential neighborhoods into commercial lab space. For example, site zone commercial and manufacturing on Park Avenue South in Long Island City and on Varick Street have been redeveloped as commercial labs under the city's life science initiative. A second reason is we think this rezoning is illegal. The definition of spot zoning is singling out one parcel of land for a use classification totally different from that of the surrounding area for the benefit of one owner and to the detriment of the other owners. Third, we think adverse impacts are completely understated in the DEIS, particularly relating to land use and zoning. You're being asked to double the FAR on this site, to convert an R8B to what's essentially a C6. That's a dramatic change in bulk and use. And you're being asked to reverse 35 years of well-considered land use policy. And yet the DEIS says there are no adverse impacts in terms of land use, community character, urban design. And we think that's simply not true. And the applicant in city planning really needs to look at alternatives that address that shortcoming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Rachel Levy.
All right, good evening. I'm Rachel Levy, Executive Director of Friends of the Upper East Side. We're working closely with a group called the Coalition to Stop the Blood Center Tower that you'll hear more about later tonight. The rezoning sought here effectively reverses the most basic planning principle governing the built environment on the Upper East Side. The idea that towers belong on avenues while side streets are dominated by lower scale residential and associated uses. The campaign for contextual zoning, which resulted in the R8B zoning district, reinforces that existing context and has done so consistently and remarkably well for 36 years. This project introduces exactly the kind of building R8B was designed to prevent, the mid-block tower, and it would be the first rezoning of an R8B district on the Upper East Side since it was established. To be sure, if the R8B zoning is dismantled here, it will set a dangerous precedent for contextual districts throughout the Upper East Side and citywide, a land use and visual character impact that the DEIS fails to consider. Not only does the applicant seek to map an avenue zoning district on the mid-block, it also then seeks permission to violate almost every aspect of that new zoning district by special permit. And the resulting building is truly massive, with floor plates of nearly 33,000 square feet, the bulk of the tower is more akin to midtown commercial buildings like One Vanderbilt and even the Empire State Building than any tower that has ever been built on the Upper East Side. Across from a heavily used public park and a park-starved neighborhood, a busy educational complex housing 6 schools, and next door to a 1905 Carnegie Library building, this block exemplifies dense urban life. New afternoon shadows on St. Catherine's Park would be substantial during much of the year, casting most of the park into shadow for hours at a time. But shadows do not fall on just parks. The school's street sidewalk on 67th Street and 66th Street would lose more than 50% of their natural light, as would portions of 66th Street. The only possible mitigation for this kind of loss is a significantly smaller building.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Lara Sechin.
I'm Laura Sekin, continued a statement from Friends. Let's be clear, the Blood Center is a nonprofit that has operated in the neighborhood for many years. But this project is not about the Blood Center's ability to continue its good work. It's about a private for-profit developer seeking development rights the Blood Center is not entitled to in order to build a massive commercial building in a residential neighborhood. The fact that the Blood Center itself will occupy only the lower third of the building, leaving the rest available for speculative commercial tenants, demonstrate the unnecessary nature of this project. Indeed, the Blood Center could build 10% more community facility space in the as-of-right scenario. And there may be other more sensitive alternatives that could be developed to lessen the impact on the neighborhood. There are also still significant questions about the proposed BSL-3 lab, a use that the city's own Board of Health states poses the potential for catastrophic consequences. In fact, in a response to a FOIL request, the health department responded it couldn't disclose existing lab locations because it would endanger public health and safety. In light of this, it is inexcusable that the DEIS is silent on whether the labs will be available to commercial tenants. And if not, the programmatic means of restricting such uses to the Blood Center only and the measures in place to protect the public health in this dense residential neighborhood. The aggressive proposal demonstrates disregard for the community in every way. It requires the community to bear the impact of an egregious building in order to benefit a private developer. It sets an irreversible land use precedent for the Upper East Side and what makes our neighborhoods livable. Friends urges the community board to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Betty Cooper Wallerstein.
Betty, you can unmute. *6, I believe. There you go.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say that about 30 years ago, Memorial Sloan Kettering came to, I was on the board at the time, and came to request an expansion they needed to do more work. And they had 3 blocks. 67 was one of the blocks, so 3 blocks in the 60s from York to First. They, the community didn't want it. We had just recently, Friends of Civitas and East 79th Street Neighborhood Association been successful in getting a R8B for that part and continuing up for the rest of the that part of the Upper East Side. The result was that we did decide to have we did go to court. We had a coalition, and Memorial Sloan Kettering lost. They came back. They came back, I'm going to say 8-9 years later, with the wanting to have the towers, but they did not. They changed to accommodate the zoning, and they were able to do what they were going to do. I don't think anyone before us did fight with any of the hospitals, but we intend to do that again. This is very important. The R8B was extremely important. And what I don't understand here, someone spoke at the beginning, Rob, I think it was you. There was really such good respect and a good relationship with the Blood Center and the community for so many years. The Blood Center was so good to the community board, giving us always space to meet. It was always good to go there, and we were always very willing to give blood. And now look what has happened. Look what has happened now. I don't care about Longfellow. They have no place here. The Blood Center can do and get the additional space that they need and do what they
Thank you,
need
Betty.
without disturbing the zoning. Thank you.
All right. I do want to say also, it may be the case that I will mispronounce some names, so I just apologize in advance for doing that. Let me go now to, actually, before we go to the next person, I also want to say, obviously, if the representatives of the Blood Center at any time want to respond to comments or questions, please let me know. Next, we will go to Andrew Fine.
Good evening, Andrew Fine here. I'm the Vice President of the East 86th Street Association. I'm a parent of a student at the Julia Richmond Educational Complex, and I'm 3 children that have enjoyed St. Catherine's Park, one of the very few green spaces in the area, for several years. They've enjoyed it very much. I'm speaking in opposition to the egregious proposal to build a 334-foot mid-block tower, fully 4.5 times taller than the currently permitted by our zoning laws. The Blood Center has already indicated that they would have more than enough space to expand within their as of right limitation of 75 feet. So who wins in this proposal? Longfellow wins. They get to create tens of millions of dollars out of thin air, our air. Who loses? The community. Mainly kids that will play, learn, and live in the shadows, the shade, the dark, in perpetuity. Kids in school across the street, kids in the park. If we allow this to happen, this cycle will repeat itself over and over again as we violated mid-block zoning forever. This will break the dam on mid-block development. No mid-block will be safe. We could all end up with the same fate of living in the dark. I would just add, the shadow study is shady as can be. You can't tell me that on December 21st, that the sun is not the lowest in the horizon. It's laughable. That concludes my comments. We oppose this, parents, students, and the East 86th Street Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Marty Bell.
Hi, I support life sciences. There are already many life science spaces in the city, and there are dozens in the works. I'm here tonight because this tower in this location will steal the very sunlight from the park, which is the only place I've been able to see my new grandson since he was born a year ago. If that tower is built, 70% of this hugely popular park will be in shadows all afternoon. That's unacceptable. But worse, this tower would put the 6 Julia Richmond schools, including one for children with autism, in perpetual darkness. That's not just unacceptable, that's criminal. The DEIS says these adverse shadows could be eliminated by a building that's not that tall. But then the DEIS says that alternative is, quote, not considered because, and they admit this, then Longfellow wouldn't make as much money. So they're stealing the sunlight from everyone using the park, and they're putting the school for children with autism in permanent darkness so a developer can make more money. To justify the tower, we heard more lies from the Blood Center tonight. They quoted a researcher saying important research would come to a standstill if they move. They should read their own filings because they're going to have to move for at least 5 years because that's how long construction will take. They say the tower won't be filled with commercial tenants. They have no idea. There are no tenants signed now. They don't know who will rent space in 2026, but they do know the zoning they're requesting tonight will allow them to fill the tower as a luxury condo or commercial offices. If the Blood Center wants to prostitute its good name and reputation to a Boston developer to get a free new facility, that's between them and God. But if they want to put shadows on most of St. Catherine's Park all afternoon, and if they want to put Julia Richmond in permanent darkness, then they got to deal with me and with Josh Satin and Erica Doyle and Christine Olson and William Gagstatter and with Ben Kalos and Carolyn Maloney and Liz Kruger. And let me tell you, we're not giving up, and we sure as hell are not going away.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Bill Angelos.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Bill Angelos. I'm the board member of 301 East 66th Street, which is adjacent to the Blood Center. We all know that the New York Blood Center proposed tower redevelopment is vastly out of scale for a residential neighborhood. We all know that the current design is inconsistent with the scale of existing mid-block. What is very disturbing and alarming is the Blood Center's very blatant disregard for zoning and lack of respect for site it's zoned for. The proposal is essentially spot zoning. They rezone my building's lot to disguise this because it's illegal. And we demand that they remove the rezoning in our lot. We did not ask for it. If this gets built, then every developer in the city will have absolute discretion to choose any community it wants to build a high-rise. It was irrespective of zoning. The purpose of zoning laws is to protect the neighborhood's character and reasonable density. For 35 years, RAB has successfully preserved the scale of the side street by capping height at 75 feet to resemble existing adjacent building. Many wish to have row houses and tenements to not more than 5 to 6 stories. If the city allows this commercial tower to proceed, then it is what it is, a for-profit commercial tower. It sets precedent to essentially blow up the sound land use plan that protect our neighborhood unique and distinct character. Then what's the purpose of zoning if it's not being enforced? Once it's done, it'd be very difficult to curb the ripple effect. And this may potentially translate to the Wild West of zoning. Thank you.
Hi, next we will hear from Diane, Kevin, and Theo.
Hello. Hello, my name is Mr. Theo Kodak. I'm a student at the L. Baker School located at the Julia Richmond Education Complex. I'm in 2nd grade and I use the schoolyard at 67th Street every day. Every day when I'm going upstairs from the morning recess, I look out the window and I see the sun, and it's my favorite part of school. And without that view, school is not the same. So please do not build that blocking the view. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Shannon Burkowski.
Hi. Thank you for this time. I'm not sure how to follow that. That was brilliantly said. My name is Shannon Burkowski. I am the co-president of the PTA at PS 183, a school in this community. And I think one of the only good things that come out of this proposal is that we as community, as tight-knit as this community already is, we've come together as a community to fight this tower. There's educators, parents, families, and residents who are all opposed to this tower. I want to speak specifically to about the issue with the parks and the Julia Richmond complex. I think, again, Russell, you said it just great that we have been expressing this issue, and Mr. Silver in his presentation today went right to the shadow study as the first thing because he knew that there were issues with it, and yet still went to the same proposal without saying anything that would alleviate the shadows, without recognizing that it's a problem, but not really saying anything about it. Between 3 and 5, that's when our families are there. That's when our children are in the park after school. So whether it's in daylight during the day is great for a very small amount of families that are there. If you've ever been to the park, Mr. Silver, you would know when people are there. The park is a hub for families. It services all kinds of schools in the areas, 183, the Julia Richmond Complex, PS 267, private schools in the area. It services so many people because there aren't that many parks in the area. And it's so important for the sunlight and for these children who have nowhere else to go in their apartment buildings with no light, that to minimize the effect that it would have on these children. And again, as parents, we support our fellow parents from JREC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. And I'm moving quickly, but I do just want to say a special thank you to Theo, and that was very good testimony. So thank you very much for joining us. Next, we will go to Ellen Burke.
Hi, I'm Ellen Burke. I'm the president of the 333 East 66th Street Corporation, a co-op on 66th Street, and also a member of the Coalition to Stop the Blood Center Tower. I just wanted to paint a picture quickly for people. Light, air, and noise. The impact of this building will extend far beyond the block or the 2 or 3 blocks around us, but really to an entire part of the Upper East Side. Light, an all glass exterior, permanent glaring lights going 30 blocks at least in every direction. A sign 60% larger and higher than allowed by law. Air, plumes of derived waste shot into the air over dense residential areas. Noise, massive noisy air polluting ventilation systems, enormous air vents, fans running 24/7 in this 24/7 operation. Not only infrastructure 24/7, by the way, but work shifts 24/7, as we've been told. 2,400 extra workers, 24/7, plus visitors and deliveries. Traffic, I'm sure someone else will speak clearly to the traffic issues, but the density of traffic on 66 and 67th Street extend beyond the blocks we're talking about. They extend from the east side to the west side. They're very congested. We have buses, we have school buses, we have crosstown buses, we have a crosstown street. The backup from the bridge. By the way, this is something that could be replicated all over the city, because if developers understand that they can break zoning, no one is safe in the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Craig DeBona.
Hi. I'm Craig DeBona. I live at 333 66th Street. I'm going to quote some of the presenters tonight. Some of the things that they said were really very interesting, and I think you should really listen to them. They do research on SARS, MERS, HIV, COVID-19. We haven't learned anything from Wuhan in the last year. I don't think that that was something that they wanted to be able to spread as easy as it did. We're going to be moving waste out onto 66th Street constantly in trucks. There's a lot of traffic. Accidents can happen. People are going in and out of that building. And this is something that they tried to contain and was able to spread over the whole world. Some of the things that they're doing in the BSL-3 labs are actually worse than the COVID-19. Should this be put right next to a densely populated area and a school? If anyone with common sense would put a place like this up, you would say, oh, well, we're not going to put it in a densely populated area. We're not going to put it next to a school. And that's in fact what they're actually doing. There was another thing that was said where I think it was Betsy who said, we don't intend to expand the research in any way. The word intend doesn't mean anything. That means, oh, if they did it, we didn't intend to at that time. What you have to do is think about the things that they're saying and read between the lines. They're not being specific about anything. This whole presentation is so disingenuous, and that's the nicest word I can use of it. They have absolutely no regard for the people who live in that area. And I think people really have to start thinking about this, because this is not where something like this should be housed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Barry Adler.
Hi, I'm Barry Adler. I'm a resident of 315 East 68th Street. I've been here for a number of years, and I'm in opposition to this application, as is everyone else, for all the reasons that others are saying. I don't want to repeat those. My point is this, that I've tried to attend every meeting since this started, since I was aware of it. And I can't recall anyone, and I mean that literally, from the public who has said anything in support of this project. The opposition has been fierce and it has been uniform. It isn't NIMBYism of the normal kind, which I wouldn't be supporting. It is an opposition to affordable housing. It's not opposition to a methadone clinic or some other embodiment of a social good that the locals have decided is not good enough for them. This is NIMBYism of the right kind. It's opposition to a project that doesn't belong in anyone's backyard. It's a plea to enforce the essence of mid-block zoning and the critical protections that provides to keep neighborhoods like this alive and thriving by drawing certain red lines around them so that they don't become overwhelmed by urban density and complexity. I'm just going to jump ahead and just say the problem with everything here is that this is the only site that the Blood Center controls. It can move anywhere it wants. But by keeping this site, it's going to try to leverage it into a free new building by, in effect, selling air rights it doesn't own to a developer that has no roots here and no interest in protecting this or any other New York neighborhood. It's a money grab. It's wrapped in the guise of a life sciences hub project and enabled by all sorts of folks who aren't at this meeting. I hope they don't get their way. It'll be the wrong thing. So don't let this happen. Don't make a mockery of the zoning. Don't ignore us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. And Barry, those comments actually touched on 2 points that I just want to make here. So first of all, Barry mentioned that he didn't want to repeat anybody, and I encourage everybody to, don't, if you're going to be repeating comments that somebody else has made, I would encourage you to just think about whether you need to make those comments or whether you can submit them in writing. And then the other point is, I think I see we still have a lot of commenters, and we're going to keep moving through the list here. But I know that very often people from the public want to comment because there's a concern that maybe there are people on the other side, and we want to sort of folks want to show that there are more people on one side than the other. So I think one of the things we're going to do right now is just have Will put a poll out for everybody, just to so folks can show whether they're here in opposition to the application or in support of the application, and that way we can just give folks a sense. Normally this is the kind of thing we would do by raising hands in an in-person meeting, but just give folks a sense of kind of where the room is at, and maybe that will give folks a sense of whether it's necessary for them to weigh in. While that is going on, I'm actually going to go to Paul to address the BSL issue.
Is my mic working?
Yep, we hear you.
So thank you. We would like to make some comments at the end of the comment period generally to respond to numbers of things that have been said. But we did want to speak to the BSL 3 issue, because we want the air to be quite clear on this, particularly as it relates to the relationship between the BSL 3 lab and Longfellow. And I'm just going to ask Jamie Peschel if he'll speak to that question.
Thanks, Paul. Just to restate what I've said in previous hearings, the BSL lab is under the purview of New York Blood Center, has been historically and will be in the future. Across our entire portfolio, there's not a single commercial tenant who utilizes BSL-3 labs, and we have no intention of constructing or providing access to the BSL-3 lab for commercial tenants, and see no need to do so, or any demand for that matter outside of academic use for a BSL-3 lab.
Let me just follow up with a quick question. And Will, if you could mute wherever the echo's coming from, thank you. So, you know, I understand you're saying that the BSL-3 lab is just for the blood center. It's not intended for the tenants that would go in, but is there anything in the proposal that actually restricts the BSL-3 to only being able to be used by the blood center and would prevent a commercial tenant from having a BSL-3 lab, given that the zoning on the site would permit it?
Let me speak to that, because I think that's really goes to the issue of what the zoning can and can't do. And the answer is, this is a special, well, this is both a rezoning and a special permit. As part of a rezoning, even without a special permit, the city very frequently has restrictive declarations attached that address environmental issues, other issues. And this is exactly the sort of thing that could go into a restrictive declaration. It's also the sort of thing that would be a natural, in fact, even more appropriate in a special permit. So the answer to the question is, there are ways in which it can be put into the legal documentation of the project, and ways in which it can be written so that that cannot be changed without going through a whole new ULURP process, if that's the concern. I don't think this is not an issue that we are trying to push. We want to make it very clear what the blood center is doing is simply what it has been doing for the past 30 years. And if there are restrictions that somebody wants to put on the lab because there may be other people in the building, commercial tenants in the building, the blood center has no problem with those restrictions.
Okay. Next, let's go to, well, first, so we'll just publish the results of the poll so you can see everybody there. There's 5% of attendees in support, 94% in opposition, 1% undecided. So next we will go to Paul Graziano.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Paul Graziano. This is my 4th or 5th time speaking on this issue. I'm an urban planning consultant for 301 66th Street. And I have, again, many people have said the same thing over and over for the last 5.5 months at this point. I do want to bring up one issue that was brought up this evening by the applicants. In poker, we call this a tell. And I think it's very important for people to remember what they said tonight. One of the biggest pieces that the applicants have been discussing has been the need for a 30,000 square foot floor plate. Again, this is this floor plate that's essentially the size of a typical Midtown office building, 30,000 square feet. Tonight, they stated that the 30,000 square feet is necessary, except when it isn't, when they're able to start subdividing that 30,000 square foot floor plate for smaller uses. So I think it's very important that everybody hear that. Again, we talk about this, once the zoning is in place, again, this could become just a commercial building, a commercial tower, it could be converted to residential, et cetera. But now the need over and over has been, we need this 30,000 square foot floor plate. It has to go in this square fashion, no setbacks. We need this for our research. But now, tonight, they stated, actually, we can start subdividing this into smaller units based on whatever our partners and or other folks are going to be subletting. So again, I wanted to bring that up to the attention of the community board and the public. And I think it's, again, in poker, we call this a tell. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Ann Borland.
Unmute. Thank you. I thought I was addressing, my name's Ann Borland, and I was have a concern about the BSL-3 lab. I've learned a lot tonight, mainly that Longfellow has no experience with BSL-3 labs. In this increasingly dangerous, contagious work that goes on in BSL-3 labs. I'm concerned about the absolute security of air input and output in this new lab. With the best air filters in the world, some exhaust is always expelled into the neighborhood, and this is a residential neighborhood. How will a blood center assure the safety and security and the ongoing maintenance at the highest professional level, not only for their own work, but for any others who become involved in using that facility? How will a blood center guarantee the necessary oversight for the disposal of material, fluids, and otherwise in this highly residential zone? The other facilities which Longfellow mentioned in the neighborhood, the other labs, are under restricted campuses, restricted secure campuses of hospitals. That's not the case with the blood center. So it's, again, if the blood center could present to us their plan for making a secure facility and how it will work for the neighborhood would be, I think, very important in any process, any ongoing process. Thank you.
Can I respond, or can we respond to that? We really want to grapple with the BSL. The BSL-3 is a very well-defined issue, and so we'll grapple with that as it comes up, and hopefully we'd really love to put it to bed if we could, but we'll deal with these questions. We'll deal with other questions later. So Betsy, can you respond to Ms. Borland's questions? Betsy is here.
Okay, couldn't unmute. Yes, I just want to reiterate that we've been operating a BSL-3 lab for many, many years without any incidents. It's under very tight security. There's the space that it's in is protected. You have to card key in. There's security cameras. There's every control that the CDC and NIH recommends to maintain that security. We certainly don't want to create a risk for our neighbors any more than we want to risk for our own employees. So we take the BSL-3 safety very seriously. We have a full-time environmental safety and health officer on site every day. And just so you know, the level of controls and safety required increases depending on what type of organisms that you use. So the type of worry that I'm hearing tonight would be for highly pathogenic organisms that could escape and wreak havoc on the neighborhood. When you get to that level of work, you need FBI clearance. You need CDC and USDA to come and verify the safety of the research that you're doing. And so it scales up, the controls scale up depending on the type of organisms that you use. We haven't done that kind of work in the past, but anybody who's going to do something that's the type of organism that seems to be the concern requires very tight controls. And again, I just want to make it clear, we have no intention of creating new risk in this building. We're simply moving the type of research we do today into a new building. And it will just be the blood center's work. We don't want to take the risk of visiting somebody from labs that we don't know and we don't trust come in and use our facility. So it really will just be for our purposes.
Thank you. Let's go next to Lynn Cashman.
Lynn, you'll have to confirm unmuting. Look on your screen. There you go.
The creation of this huge structure mid-block where none has existed before will greatly impact our neighborhood and our quality of life. As it is, we have so little open space in our area that St. Catherine's Park is unique and special. The park is all-inclusive space serving medical staff, young mothers and fathers with their children, nannies with children in their care, young people and our older community. With the lack of bright sunlight at the most important time of day, we are taking away the opportunity for all to enjoy outdoor space, which at this particular time in our lives is even more important. The construction mid-block of this enormous structure, causing multiple delays as it is being built, with the slowest crosstown bus, the M66, along with noise, dust, lack of sunlight, and as understood, construction to continue for about 5 years is unacceptable to me. Therefore, I reject this project in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Lydia Canizares.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Lydia Canizares, and I'm a member of the Coalition to Stop the Blood Center Tower. And I just wanted to introduce our group, as you've heard many people mentioning the coalition today. We're a united coalition of many organizations, including neighborhood associations, preservation groups, park groups, and our school's educators, parents, and students. And our goal is to be a unified front of opposition for this project, representing a diverse group of stakeholders in our neighborhood who have all come together to oppose this detrimental project. We'll be the source of information and communication on this fight, and we're mounting a public-facing campaign to mobilize residents and draw attention in the media, including a major rally on the afternoon of Sunday, May 23rd. So if you'd like to receive more information, please provide your email to stopbloodcentertower@gmail.com. Again, stopbloodcentertower@gmail.com. And I want to stress that this is a battle as we go up against big real estate developers and a lame duck mayor. And it won't be easy to win, but we can win it if we're unified and fighting together. So I hope that you agree with us that we need to protect our mid-block zoning, and it should not change. So please join the fight to stop the Blood Center Tower. Give us your email, keep being informed, and join the cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Alexander Gordon.
Hello, my name is Alex Gordon. I am a parent of 2 children at the Julia Richmond Center, and I think that the shadow study done exactly exemplifies why this project is such a terrible idea. This is my daughter, Madeline, and she and I play in the park in exactly the hours when the shadows would come. And that is why we oppose this project, because as shown in your very study, the shadows from this building would impact children and residents at the busiest times for St. Catherine's Park.
I like playing in the sun, and I find it really fun, and I wouldn't want to be doing it in the shadow. Especially since I go to school right near the work would be done, we'd be hearing banging and screwdriving all through the school day, which I would find extremely distracting.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. It's really wonderful that we're joined by a number of young people here this evening. It's nice to see that engagement. Let's go next to Anthony Barrett.
Hi, I'm Anthony Barrett, representing 301 East 66th Street.
Not only is the Blood Center asking for an illegal spot upzoning, but after consulting city planning, they amended their initial application to include our property without our consent. City planning decided it would make the Blood Center application look more reasonable. The Blood Center then went ahead and included the movie theaters across 2nd Avenue. And all they talk about is their good faith effort to legalize a non-conforming use. I'm sure Solo organization are happy they do not need a BSA 10-year renewal anymore, and quite conceivably, the movie theaters could be converted without further ado to any conforming use within the new zoning. This is what's commonly known as a red herring. Throw enough BS into the application, the rest of it will not look so bad. The C2 upzoning that Blood Center is requesting is still not enough for them. In addition, they want height waivers, setback waivers, and they have this 4-foot sliver going up 334 feet on 66th Street. Basically, this scheme will not comply with any zoning requirements at all. A more illegal, non-contextual development has never, to my knowledge, been proposed for an R8B zone ever. The one issue we personally have is the monstrous scheme calls for 3 mechanical areas in the building. At approximately the 8th floor, they propose a 30-foot high mechanical area that will vent fumes from their labs literally 30 feet from the living rooms and bedrooms of the adjacent building, to the adjacent residential building. Pretty amazing that city planning did not have one question on this when they did their certification. The only question they had is that the developer, or the comment they gave the developer, was that they should be less restrictive in the way they describe their building sign. They had no comments on the issue relating to loss of light and JREC, the park, the traffic and safety issues for the school, and bingo. After a 30-second discussion, the project was certified by city planning. I question how city planning is run and whose interests do they really have at heart. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Julie Menon.
Well, thank you. So the Blood Center plays an important role in keeping New York healthy, but the proposed 16-story 330-foot tower will not actually change the work the Blood Center does, and it won't even expand their office space. What needs to be honestly remembered here is that they will continue to occupy only 3 stories of the proposed building, just as they occupy 3 floors of their current building. The rest will be leased to commercial biotech tenants. And I have to say, as a former 7-year community board chair who's dealt with countless ULURPs, and as a former commissioner of 3 New York City agencies, I'm honestly shocked that the Blood Center keeps presenting the exact same proposal without addressing any of the myriad community concerns that have been raised for so many months. It's also important to note that before the BSL3 became a focus of public concern, the Blood Center showed the commercial tenants as having shared access to the BSL3 lab. The proposed tower would have open access to the public, including ground floor access. And honestly, this contradicts safety protocols for biosafety, and I believe this urgently needs to be addressed by them. Ultimately, this project is actually not about NIMBYism, because if it's approved, it will set a precedent not only for our community, but for the city as a whole by opening the door to countless more mid-block rezonings. It also will cast shadows on St. Catherine's, a park I know well as I use it all the time with my daughter. And this district actually has one of the lowest amounts of open space of any district in the city, and it would have a severely negative impact on the JREC complex. For all of these reasons, I'm strongly opposed to this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Dale Cohen.
Hi, my name is Dale Cohen. I'm an architect and interior designer on the Upper East Side, and I wanted to just speak out as someone who's a lay leader in the AIA and someone who cares about city planning, that this is a shocking development. And I'm really surprised that it was approved in any level by the city planning board, but also the fact that there seems to be a deep and disingenuous nature to both the developer, the owner of the property, which is the New York Blood Center, and as well, even the architect. The architect's job is to educate their client. And the fact that over the 5 months that this has gone through your review as a community board, that this has not been changed in any appreciable way speaks to their own lack of ability to actually speak to their client and educate them. So it seems that this is a very greedy grab by the New York Blood Center, which is a group that I actually used to support. I no longer support them. I no longer support them because they're trying to make their own way to get a free building. And instead of, realizing that they're swimming against the tide, they should really turn about face, and they should look at themselves and decide that there needs to be another way to build the building and to develop and to gain the funds that they need to build the building without alienating the entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Ken Jenkins.
Hi, my name's Ken Jenkins. I live in the neighborhood. I'd just like to thank all the opposition teams for making it abundantly clear that Longfellow wants to build the dark tower for only one reason: profit. They don't want to do it to benefit other people. To them, other people are just the suckers who get born every minute. Longfellow and Associates are land sharks from Boston who think New York is ripe for the plucking, but they can't swing it by themselves. So their grift is to use the Blood Center's good name as a way to put lipstick on their hog. All this slick talk about campuses and proximity is just a modern day version of the old snake oil scam from the medicine show: phony promises and barefaced lies. If the tower gets built, Longfellow and the politicians and the shysters that back them will take the money and walk away, and we will have traded our sunlight and fresh air and the education and health of our kids and the survival of our small businesses and the unique personality of our neighborhood for a monstrous glass hog. I don't think making profit is a bad thing. I think scamming people to make profit is a bad thing. I think lying and stealing to make a profit is an evil thing. And I think that teaching our children that it's okay to make a profit at any cost is unforgivable. Thank you.
Okay, let's go next to Monette Morady.
Yes, I just want to point out that Mr. Selva said that he tried to reach out for the Julia Enrichment Center multiple times, yet they never showed up for community board meetings. You could have, if you or any representative went to those meetings, you would have heard their side of the story. So what's your excuse? And personally, I'd love to see you answer this about what is your excuse for not attending these meetings and hearing from our community in the first place to make these changes. And that's all.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Bernadette. And if you can give your full name for the record, that would be good.
Okay, my name is Bernadette Nader. I really appreciate everybody who's given testimony as far as in opposition, okay, to this particular plan. What I've heard a little bit touched on, but I'd like to understand from the Blood Center, okay, why did they get in bed with Longfellow? If it was just to get a free building, why don't we all put our heads together and figure out a way to raise money on a GoFundMe basis or something in order to get them their facility, which would only require so many floors and maybe potentially 20% or a little bit more to provide space on a as needed basis for the different colleagues that would have to come in and out to support a specific project that they're working on. Not to be permanently there, but only there to support the specific project on a short-term basis, whatever that may be. So I don't understand why, I mean, obviously it's, everything's about money, okay? But I don't understand why they didn't go some other route. I don't remember seeing anything on a GoFundMe basis to provide a better location for them to work in. And maybe all the communities in the city of New York would have put in, because they had such a good reputation, and now the blood bank is ruining their reputation throughout not just this community, but every community in Manhattan, as well as anywhere else that I hear, from people that I know on my level.
Thank you. So I mentioned at the start that later in the meeting we were going to be hearing from George Janes, who's an urban planner who's presented to Community Board 8 many times. So George is here and ready to present. So I would like to turn it over to George now so he can do that.
Great, thank you. If I could share my screen.
You can now.
All right, excellent. Okay. And you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, so I'll try to be brief because I know there are a lot of people here to speak. But I was asked the question to get into a little bit about the history of the R8B zoning here and why it's important. And the Upper East Side is a very dense place. We have very tall buildings, but typically they have this pattern of tall on the avenue, shorter on the mid-block. And the proposal, of course, is to build this big building on the mid-block. And why is this pattern here? And there's a very simple reason for it, sorry, is because of zoning. From 1961 to 1985, most of the mid-blocks in the Upper East Side were zoned R8. And they're now zoned R8B. That doesn't sound like a big change, but it actually was. R8 was a district that prioritized open space. It essentially produced buildings like this, or in the context of a mid-block, something like this, where you would have a building about 150 to 190 feet. And you see them. You see them in the neighborhood. They were all buildings built between 1961 and 1985. Here's one of them near where I live. There's like, a couple dozen of them scattered throughout the neighborhood. But as the community had seen the tenements and row houses give way to these larger buildings, there was this massive effort, of which I'm sure some people on this community board participated in at the time, of community advocacy. Civitas, Friends of the Upper East Side, I know were big advocates. I know others were as well, to lead to this study that was done by the Department of City Planning, the Upper East Side mid-block study, and a proposal. And I'm not expecting you to look at this, but they, in 1985, went down every street, looked at every building, and examined it for compliance with the R8B scale. Well, what does the R8B scale mean? The R8B scale is essentially this building form which replicates the tenement, right? It's a 75-foot height limit, covers most of the lot, a 4 FAR district. It's very different than the R8 district that it replaced. And the study made several important findings. And I'm actually going to read all of these because I think they're important because it tells us how we got here. The balancing of high density zoning on the avenues by low scale development in the mid-block has been a policy upheld consistently by the City Planning Commission. The mid-blocks on the Upper East Side have a strong and identifiable sense of enclosure, scale, and coherence. They form enclaves within the larger community and offer quiet refuge from the busier avenues. The R8 district, while maintaining a lower scale on the narrow streets than on the avenues, encourages 150 to 190 foot high towers set back from the street that would be incompatible with the existing context of 55 to 60 foot high contiguous street wall townhouses and walk-ups. R8B zoning is applicable to the East Side mid-blocks in that over 90% of mid-block structures in the study are compatible with the R8B building prototype. And that is still true today. And every R8B district that was mapped in 1985, shortly after that study was done, is still an R8B on the Upper East Side. This area over here, the mid-block south of 72nd Street between York and First, was actually omitted. It was omitted because it didn't fit, because of a larger number of institutional and residential buildings in this area over here. This part was added later. But essentially, the Upper East Side R8B zoning is land use policy, and it's based upon a well-considered plan. And, you know, this is the building that you've seen, and it doesn't fit into the scale at all. You know, it's what I would call a spot zoning to facilitate this development. Now, it does include the avenue. The avenue goes from C19 to C28, but that doesn't change the form at all. And essentially, it is driven by the planning rationale of the wants of the blood center and a generic strategy of New York City to grow the life sciences industry. That's basically it. And when you compare it to the rationale of the RAB, it's pretty thin. You know, the wants of the blood center, in my opinion, should not be a reason for a spot zoning. And in fact, it's the way we do things in New York City is we need to have a consistent planning rationale to change policy like this. And the city is free to set strategic policy. It can say we want to grow the life sciences industry. But the rationale for life sciences industry hub at this location is very weak, really built upon this idea of proximity and this site is available. But the city has already identified sites where this use would be appropriate. This was the 2018 request for expressions of interest. The city identified 3 city-owned sites where this use could locate. None were on the mid-block, none were bounded by only narrow streets, none were in contextual districts, and none were solely residential zoning. All that being said, I want to say, you know, for people who are looking to try to develop compromises, it is possible to develop an alternative that grows and modernizes the blood center while keeping the R8B scale. So this is the existing blood center. This is the as of right blood center from the environmental review. It meets the R8B scale, but it is split into 2 parts because of yard and coverage requirements. This is not a good building for any institution because you have 2 building cores. Building circulation is terrible. If you want to go from one side to the other, you got to go down and then you got to go over and then you got to go up. It's a bad building form for really almost anything other than a residential use. A possible blood center could be something like this, where yard coverage and FAR restrictions were removed, but you keep the same scale, meaning the height limit, height and setback of the R8B. Now, and I only throw this out, I'm not saying that this is good or bad. I'm just saying that very often community boards in their recommendations, you can introduce concepts like compromises, saying, well, that's not acceptable, but this might be. If that's something you want to do. If it's not something you want to do, clearly you don't have to do that. Okay, the application, as you know, includes the DEIS and supporting documentation. It discloses only 2 significant environmental impacts, the shadows, as people have talked about, and construction noise. Folks have talked about impacts on transportation. It reveals no significant impacts on transportation, largely due to the assumption made in the as-of-right scenario that the as-of-right building that they could build would have 40,000 square feet of medical offices, and those medical offices generate a lot more traffic than a laboratory does, 10 times as much traffic per square foot. And so essentially, because there's so much traffic generated by those medical offices, it does not show any significant impacts on transportation. That's the way it's done. It also claims no significant impact on land use policy, land use and zoning policy, despite the change it produces. Okay, and then, okay, so this is another important thing for you all to think about as a community board and interested people. The technical comments on the DEIS are not due with your recommendation. Comments on a DEIS are normally due 10 days after the CPC public hearing, the City Planning Commission public hearing. So I'm doing math, it's probably late August or early September. And then, you know, I encourage people who have any concerns, technical or otherwise, to write comments on the DEIS. They need to be answered in the FEIS, and those comments and responses build a record, which may be important in future legal disputes. It's important. And then finally, let me just talk about BSL-3 labs for a second, because I had an interesting experience this past Friday. So as I think most of you know, the presence of the BSL-3 lab in the proposal was disclosed after scoping. And you know, a few years ago, the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene required BSL-3 labs, BSL-4 labs to register with the city because accidents, quote, could have catastrophic consequences. So they needed to know where they were. So after the BSL-3 lab was disclosed, I filed a Freedom of Information Law request to the Department of Health. I wanted to know where they were and how they were cited. And on Friday, the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene rejected my FOIL, saying, if released, the information you have requested could endanger the life or safety of any person. And they went on to say, to release the names and addresses of these facilities would constitute an untenable security risk, particularly after a year of living through the deadliest global pandemic in a century. Oh my. So now the applicant has said, well, there's already a BSL-3 lab at the Blood Center. But here's the thing, is that in the details of the registry of BSL-3 labs, BSL-3 and 4 labs, not all of them need to register. The Blood Center is presumably a blood and tissue lab, which is exempt from registration, and along with a couple of other like labs that may technically be BSL-3, but are unlikely to cause catastrophic consequences or endanger life and safety. So if BSL-3 labs requiring registration are too dangerous to disclose, you know, I would submit they're too dangerous for a C2 zoning district, the zoning district that's being proposed here. Research laboratories have historically been limited to M districts or with special permits in C districts. So community board is making a recommendation. You can recommend that no laboratory that requires registration with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene be allowed in this site as a restricted declaration or something like that. It's just, you know, there's a school across the street, residences next door. If they're too dangerous to tell me about them, I don't know that they're appropriate for this particular neighborhood. That I know there's a lot of people wanting to speak, so that's it. If there are questions, Russell, that you would like to take, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just say that I thank you for presenting here tonight. You know, if folks who have their hands raised have questions for George also, then, you know, please do ask those, and George has kindly agreed to stick around to answer questions. So with that, we will continue through the speakers here. Let's go next to Francis Barani.
Yes, hi. My name is Dr. Francis Barani, and I'm a professor at Weill Cornell Medicine. And so what I will talk about will be very different from all the other things that you have heard. I've been a professor at Weill Cornell Medicine for 35 years, and I've started 3 companies. So if anybody would be in favor of seeing development of life sciences here in this city, I would be that person. That said, I have found the arguments presented by the New York Blood Center to be completely unconvincing. First of all, to start out with, they boast about their work on convalescent plasma, But in fact, this was a huge failure of judgment on the part of the New York Blood Center. $800 million was wasted on convalescent plasma, which had no therapeutic efficacy in terms of treatment of COVID-19. A failure of leadership from the Blood Center of not pointing this out to the public at a time when it could have saved lives. Therefore, the fact that they're also showing a failure of judgment in proposing this building is another example of an inability to distinguish what is necessary for the proper administration of blood throughout the city from a desire to get a building for free for just profit purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Keith Goodhoos. Apologize, I mispronounced that.
Keith, you gonna mute? There you go.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let me get visual here. So I already submitted my written comments, but in my career, I've looked at thousands of PowerPoint decks like the one we saw tonight. And the one thing that shocked me that was missing was a source and uses of funds, a pro forma capital structure, a pro forma ownership structure. So in layman's terms, I want to give the Blood Center and Longfellow the ability right now in this public forum to give us, the public, some facts around the financing. Specifically, how much is this building going to cost? Who is putting in the money, and how is putting in how much and how much money? What is going to be the pro forma ownership structure of the project? And if you want to provide, what the projected NPV and IRRs, the net present value and the internal rate of returns are. I think there's, obviously, the thought is, and it does logically make sense that the Blood Center is trying to grab, take air rights that don't exist, magically turn them into, into cash to build this building. And if that's not the case, I think, we should know. And if it is the case, I think we should know. So I'd like to, open the floor to Longfellow and the Blood Center right now to, let us know who's putting in the money, who's going to have the ownership, who's getting the percentage of the rents going forward. Let's follow the money trail. My experience on Wall Street for 25 years, that usually answers a lot of questions. So why don't we answer that question right now?
Paul, do you want to address that?
I think for now, we will let it be that we believe this is a land use issue, for better or for worse, and we know the board has very strong opinions about that. We've heard them. I see somebody going thumbs down. And that therefore, this is not necessarily germane to the land use question. So we'll decline the opportunity for now.
Okay, next we will go to John Q. Barrett.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'm a resident of 315 East 68th. And Russell, I'm thankful to you and the board, the elected officials, and frankly, all the neighbors. I've never been prouder of a community than this performance is making me feel. I'm a longtime blood donor, particularly a platelets donor, more than 200 times in my life. I greatly value the Blood Center and the work they do. But what they're doing here is just a commercial real estate venture. And really calling this the Blood Bank Tower, I think, is a misnomer that conceals that this is just a commercial development. I want to make 4 unique points that I don't think have been touched on. In the presentations earlier, there were references to the Bay Area and Cambridge and Boston and how those life science markets are comparables that we need to catch up to. But in land use terms, I think those are completely inapt. For people who aren't familiar, of course, those are very big footprint areas being compared to one real estate location here. Lots of open space, not hulking structures, not structures that tower over residential neighborhoods, and not based on exceptions to existing zoning plans. So just tossing out Bay Area, I think, is a red herring. Second, I think the aerial map that was an early part of the presentation, it was a gray and blue map to show proximity of this site to Sloan and others is actually evidence against the project. The point is that this is not contiguous, and so much of the area east of First is a contiguous area with open footprints. If life science growth is really a vital part of the city's future in the market, Sloan would be doing this. Third, the false drawings are tells, concealing the number of floors, a fisheye view from the corner of 2nd Ave and 67th that omits the high school. And finally, there's been no mention of traffic. And
Thank you.
Flow would be enormous.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Lo Vandervalk.
Lo, you can unmute.
Yes, my name is Lo Vandervalk. I'm president of Carnegie Hill Neighbors. We're not near the site. We are at the upper end of the Community Board 8 district, but we are very concerned about the implications of this project, and we oppose this project because it so strongly violates R8B. And as George James has pointed out, R8B has a very special character. It was established after a great deal of research by the Planning Commission, and we really don't have urban planning in New York City except as it's done by zoning. So the R8B mid-blocks are a very important part of New York City zoning. So I don't know if I mentioned, but I'm president of Carnegie Hill Neighbors, and we are concerned about maintaining R8B. This project violates R8B at over 300 feet, some 330 feet in height, whereas R8B is 75 feet in height. So it's 4 times the allowed height. Also, it doesn't have the appropriate setbacks. It doesn't observe rear yard conditions. It requires all sorts of additional variances. And moreover, as has been pointed out, is across the street from a school and a park. And so finally, I want to say that the great concern is that this is really a first of its kind, that this sets a precedent for a huge violation of R8B, which will be used by others in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Marty Edelman.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad that you're having this meeting. Most of what has been said was on my list, so I'll keep it very short. I'm a military vet and a Manhattan resident for over 50 years. And I have no problem with the heritage of the New York Blood Center and its mission. I've supported it with 11 gallons of my blood over the years. I believe that the new blood center facility with the current mid-block zoning will allow them to achieve all that their mission looks to accomplish. Please kill this proposed project. I must be naive to think that we haven't killed this already. We just keep on and on. There's gonna be another meeting in another couple of weeks, another like that. So to me, the community is against it. Let's kill this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Santos R. If you could just give us your full name, that would be helpful, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Santos Rodriguez, and I'm here to testify on behalf of Gary LaBarbera, president of the Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York and vicinity, in support of the New York Blood Center. The Building and Construction Trades Council is an organization of local building and construction trades unions that are affiliated with 15 international unions in North America's building trade unions. Our local union affiliates represent approximately 100,000 union construction workers. The building trades mission is to raise the standards of living, of living for all workers, to advocate for safe work conditions, and to collectively advance working conditions to our affiliate members, as well as all New Yorkers. The expansion of New York Blood Center 310 East 67th Street headquarters will allow the Blood Center to expand its research facility, improve collaboration among project teams, provide space for life science startups while continuing to provide life-saving blood products to serve New York City's area. This is an important project as the Blood Center research facilities is utilized to research and development in the field of blood-related diseases, including potential for COVID-19, as well as research to into recognize the Building and Construction Trade Council testifies in support of this project in November 2020, and we continue to support it today. The ability to provide space to startup private institutes and partners will only improve the facility. The importance of research conducted at the Blood Center. In addition, the assistance of the Blood Center in fulfilling its public health mission to provide well-provided and economic stimulus to our city as it anticipates a spur creation of 2,600 new jobs on site, and estimate 3,000 indirect jobs, and a total economic output of $1.1 billion in annual jobs. This job will provide wages and benefits that will support middle-class lifestyles for workers and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Daniel Goldhagen.
Good evening. I live at 333 East 68th Street. And first, I'd like to thank the New York Blood Center for their presentation. It seems the template of what they provided in November and in March. In fact, I just want to mention drawings on 67th Street makes it look like a 67th Street, like a Paris Boulevard. So you wonder if they're also going to widen the street. I've been following this conversation since November, and I think it's a question of quality of life against commercial interests. And the zoning was put in place to help protect the quality of life for residents, so for overcrowding. The parents who bring their children to JREC, their students, how are they going, what kind of quality of education will they have over 5 years? The traffic that we have on 67th Street and throughout this neighborhood is basically how does emergency vehicles get there? The reason I mentioned the quality of life is that less than 1/3 of the board of directors of New York Blood Center live in greater New York City. So I hope that management and others will educate the board of directors, who are the critical decision makers here, about the issues that we are facing. One other thing I want to note is with the BSL-3 labs, my profession is in risk management, and they are also subject to the traffic. If there is an accident, how will the emergency vehicles be able to attend to BSL-3 labs? I have an article that says GAO in 2017 called for better oversight of high containment labs. So there has been congressional meetings as well about failure of labs being contained properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Joshua Satin.
Hello, how are you? My name is Joshua Satin. I represent the Julia Richmond building, the 6 schools there, Ella Baker, Manhattan International, Talent Unlimited, Urban Academy, 226, a middle school for students with autism, the Life Program, and Vanguard Academy, and all of the 3,000 or 2,000 students there, and the 240 people that were on here about an hour ago in opposition of this project. This project has been going on for years. They wanted to take over JREC a bunch of years ago, and we said no. We have to continue to say no to this. The gentleman who spoke just before, talking about the quality of life and thinking of the quality of learning, it's just going to be atrocious for 5 years and years to come. We've been talking about the shadows. The shadow on this building will be on the south side of this building, and right now that's where our students from 226 are. They'll be left in the dark even And that is just something we cannot do. 226 is a District 75 school. We think of all of our students in the Julia Richmond building, and we think of the congestion that it'll bring. Over 2,000 new people on the block each day, trying to get across from 67th Street, going from First Avenue to Second Avenue, will be even more difficult than it's ever been. The same thing going again from east to west over on 66. We can't forget those folks over there who are also going to be impacted by this. So we have traffic, we have traffic, we have traffic, and we have people that are going to be inside of that park. So 2,000 more people trying to buy space in that small park over at St. Catherine's. Students of J. Rec are the students of the city. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we will go to Michelle Diane.
Michelle, you can unmute. Michelle?
Hi. I'm Michelle Diane. How are you? I am the executive director of the SAM School. We are located on the corner of 67th and 2nd Avenue. We are preschool, normally with about 80 children, this year with about 50 children. And we're very concerned about this project, mainly because of the effect of the sunlight on St. Catherine's Park, which our students use on a daily basis, both during the school day and after school. Also really worried about the traffic that this project would bring to the neighborhood, obviously during construction, but also after construction. We have parents driving on 67th Street to pick up and drop off their children. As it is, it's a quite congested block and area, and adding in such a large structure midway on the block just seems like a terrible idea, and like it would be a very big problem for our community. So I'm here to speak in opposition of the project on behalf of all of our families and constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we so far have been hearing from members of the public, but I think given that we've heard from a lot of folks and there are a lot of board members who want to weigh in, I'm just going to go in order. So we'll hear from a mix of members of the public and members of the board. And so let's go now to Mrs. Brown.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to be brief because most of the speakers have addressed my concerns. I oppose this application for the following reasons. 1, it's not appropriate. 2, the spot zoning is illegal. 3, the shadows. The sunlight has a tremendous impact on the elderly, the disabled, and our precious children. These need to be considered. And 4, the thought of Longfellow and the Blood Center not coming back and addressing the concerns of the community saddens me. And lastly, the thought of the possibility of creating a Wuhan lab in our neighborhood creates pause. And for that reason, I'm asking my fellow board members to reject this application. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Next, let's go to Peter Patch.
I don't usually get background, but I've taught business and economics as well as entrepreneurship and leadership at local schools, including CUNY School of Professional Studies and SUNY Stony Brook. So I don't think I ask these questions lightly. I see no evidence that you've considered alternative ways of approaching this project that would in any sense reduce the negative impacts on the community, including the shade impacts and the impacts on the Julia Richmond Center and so on. As an example of some things you could have considered and maybe did consider, but I see no evidence of it, would the project still provide any of the benefits you've described if it were some number of stories less tall, even 3, 5, 6 stories less tall, which presumably would minimize or reduce the adverse impacts on the community? So I have to say, if I were trying to assess whether you cared about the community and the impacts, you show no evidence of it. And I could hardly begin to give you any credit for doing so. If I'm missing something, let me know. And I want to say one other thing. I think your approach of waiting to the very end to answer concerns is very clever. It's probably taught in certain kinds of professional school, because that allows you to pick and choose what issues you're actually going to address. And I frankly expect you to address almost none of the substantive ones. I'm waiting to hear. Thank you.
Paul, do you want to respond to that?
I guess, as long as I'm not muted, I guess. So a couple of things. Number one, there have been scores and scores of issues that have been raised, some of which we'd like to answer and we can answer, some of which I don't think we have the information handy to answer. And I guess I've been taking notes. Other people in my group have been taking notes, and we will go back and hopefully put together answers that we can deliver at the next meeting of the board, rather than trying to improvise when we don't have all the information in front of us. There are a couple of things I do want to talk to, and I could talk to them now, and in fact I could bounce in later on if people wanted me to. So the first thing is people have said that we have not attended board meetings and we haven't been listening, particularly with regard to the school. And I guess what I would say is that we have, in fact, met with the board at least twice in public meetings. We have heard from the school, but there is nothing like sitting down with people face to face in a room and exchanging information, not in a public hearing, to find out exactly the nuance of the full dimensions and nuances of the issues and what kinds of solutions may or may not be acceptable. So we appreciate the fact that the school has issues, and I think that the fact that they have raised them in these meetings has sensitized us and has led us to, as I said, go beyond what the secret manual requires, in particular, to look at impacts on the school that we might otherwise not have looked at. Number two, as far as changes to the proposal, it's always complicated to deal with this question, but this is what ULURP is about. ULURP is about waiting, hearing everything, hearing everybody. And I know that you're going to say, well, you've heard a lot from all of us and we've all been saying the same thing. But there are other points of view, we believe, on this application because you come to it from one perspective. We know that there are people who have a different perspective on where this fits into the broader city economic development policies who may feel differently. And we don't want to make a decision about either saying yes or no to something till we understand the full scope of what we might be asked to do, so that we can make a fair trade-off, that we can work with. And that may or may not be enough for you, but it's saying that we're not in a position to do it yet because we are in the process that determines these things. And I guess, I'm not going to persuade anybody with this one, I know, but we come to the issue of mid-block, of a precedent that this may or may not set very differently. We do not think that this zoning change is going to lead to another zoning change and another zoning change and so on, and that the R8B is going to be significantly adversely affected by this. Because that's kind of like the domino theory that led us into Vietnam. And the domino theory said, well, if Vietnam goes, then Cambodia will go, and Cambodia goes, Laos will go, and so on until all of Southeast Asia is communist. That didn't happen. And it's a very good rhetorical device, but we don't think it's what's going to happen here, because each zoning change stands on its own facts and on its own merits. And we don't think that the combination of facts and circumstances that surround this application are present anywhere else on the east side. This is happening at a time when the city is very concerned about advancing a legitimate city policy objective with respect to life sciences. And it's happening at a location and on a site that is a reasonable site, we believe, for the city to take advantage of, to use to help advance that policy. We're not aware of any other mid-blocks on the Upper East Side that could satisfy all of the criteria that are involved here. So we respectfully disagree with the board. We also don't think, those people who've spoken about precedent, we also don't think that this is an issue of good and evil and bad and good. It's not a struggle. It has a moral dimension. This is a land use question. Numbers of people have said that, and they've said that in the context of opposing the project, but we also believe that it's a land use question. And we think that there are different points of view on this, and other people from other neighborhoods, other parts of the city may come to this with a different point of view. And that's, again, why we're going through a process and we're listening. We're not ignoring what people are saying. The fact is that we did come earlier than we had to let the board know what it was we were thinking about and what it was we were doing. That was designed to allow the board to think about how it would come, where it was coming from in this context. It wasn't necessarily designed to jumpstart the ULURP process. There are other more substantive questions that have been raised that I just, I wanted to frankly review with the client before we tried to answer them, other than the BSL-3, which I think we'd like to try to find a way to deal with, since it's there today and it's been there for 30 years and there have been no accidents. And so we do not think that continuing to use it, and by the way, there are other institutions in the neighborhood that have these labs. We do not think that continuing to use it presents any new issues to the community. So that's, I guess, maybe an interim response. I'm open to, things, if there are further opportunities or further times when you feel it is appropriate to ask me to speak to something, I'm happy to do that.
Thanks. I'm just going to respond briefly and just say that, we've been looking at this for a number of months now, and it's this precise proposal. And I would just say that in terms of, the ability to sort of discuss it or negotiate something or what have you, I mean, once there's certification and the ULURP process starts, there's a hard clock ticking really for the community and for all the different phases of this review. And so to basically not do the negotiation until the Euler process is underway, it's almost it's like asking the community to negotiate, with a gun to their head, that there's a clock ticking and we're on the clock and we have to deal with this on a sort of expedited basis. And if we don't do it, then, it gets presented as is. And so that's, I think, a big part of that's certainly a concern that I have. And I think it's probably a big concern that a number of people have, is that, to the extent that you're now signaling some, willingness to discuss some of the stuff, we're doing it in this very compressed time frame. And I don't know really how, realistic it is that anything is going to be able to get done because of the fact that we're on this very tight clock here.
Let me just say that I've been doing this for longer than I'd like to admit, 35, 40 years. And I would say that 90% of the discussions and the negotiations that I have on projects occur entirely during the Euler process. And there is time. There's more time in that process than one thinks. And there are actors in that process, the borough president, the council member, the City Planning Commission, all of whom are listening to the same conversations that we're having today.
Okay, well, look, obviously, and I'll just be brief here. I mean, from the perspective of the community board, it's important for us to be part of it as well and to weigh in. And of course, we, I think most directly are representative of the community. And, I will just say, I think there are plenty of counterexamples also on the other side in terms of how this kind of thing can go. So let me then go to Sharon Pope Marshall.
Sharon, you can unmute.
Thank you, Will. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Russell. I'm speaking on behalf of Civitas. Good evening. My name is Sharon Pope Marshall, Civitas board member and co-chair, along with Bill Brothers of Civitas's Land Use Committee. To accommodate its current and future operational needs, the New York Blood Center is proposing to build a substantially larger, more modern facility. However, the proposed build program, in conjunction with the requested land use actions to facilitate it, raises significant land use issues. Therefore, Civitas cannot support the Blood Center project as currently proposed. The project's size and bulk will negatively affect the contextual character of East 66 and East 67 streets. The surrounding neighborhood is characterized by low and medium density residential buildings on the mid-blocks, and on the avenues, medium density residential and mixed residential commercial buildings. The proposed building, to rise in excess of 330 feet in height, would not be compatible with the overall built context nor scale that typifies buildings that are immediately adjacent or face the projected project site. Given the Blood Center's project's height and bulk, we believe that the proposed building would significantly, very significantly obstruct light and air to adjoining properties and to the East 67th Street public realm. Civitas cannot support the Blood Center project as currently proposed. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you. All right, next let's go to Alita Camp.
Thank you. There have been a lot of articulate speakers, so I'm just going to ask questions I've been writing down during the course of this evening's conversation. Why is the life sciences objective satisfied by this particular site only? What is Longfellow's intent for a union labor agreement on another? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that. Often I make the other mistake. What is Longfellow's intent for a union labor agreement on another site? What is the financial relationship between Longfellow and the Blood Center? Even though you say it's not germane, it is germane and it matters. Farms are essential too, but would you want to live on next door to a cow farm or next to a steel plant? At the zoning meeting, you said the BSL3 lab would be on a shared floor. Has that changed? Why does Longfellow want to rezone second? Why does it care, you keep repeating, about whether the movie theater is legitimate? Do any of the reps of the Blood Center or Longfellow or any of its executives live within the neighborhood to be affected by the scope and scale of this building? Who else does the Blood Center work with in New York City? I understand that you work with 500 institutions. So why these 3 or 4 that you've cited? The Blood Center didn't come to the most recent zoning and development meeting to prepare for this evening's ULURP meeting. But what's changed and what's different that you didn't come? The traffic study that's in your DEIS is based on use of the as of right building of medical offices, 40,000 square feet, I believe. But the Blood Center, so therefore the Blood Center doesn't need all of the space if you could rent to medical offices for that amount of space. Then why don't you do that? And you could use the income from the medical office's rental to support the funding of the building. For Jamie, your mention that there's no intention to, I think it was in reference to the BSL3 lab, sorry, my notes don't have it, is meaningless because it's changeable. We all know as lawyers what no intention actually means. I just have a couple more, thank you. Do you know how far the light from the 24/7 illumination of the building will extend north, south, east, and west? And how are the people in the next door building supposed to live with artificial illumination all day and night? So it's an interesting juxtaposition, I suppose, that at the same time you're blocking out natural light and providing shadows, you're also providing 24-hour a day illumination. You're wrong to justify this because the city wants life sciences when it's offered you 3 alternative sites. Clearly life sciences matter, but this site doesn't necessarily. And it's been 3 weeks since certification. I've heard nothing about any kind of interest in negotiating. And finally, the attitude of the Blood Center and Longfellow towards the community board has been nothing short of dismissal and disrespect. You haven't come to all of our meetings. You've said you've come, but you've chosen not to. You've brought no supporters to this event as other entities do when it's a land use issue, because it doesn't seem that what the community board does really matters to you. So it leads me, and to anyone that I offend with this, I apologize, but it leads me to believe that the fix is in. And I'd like to know how you got the city planning commission and the rest of the city to support this to the extent that your attitude towards the community board can be so dismissive. Thank you very much, Russell. And thank you to everyone.
Let me just say, Ms. Camp.
Alita is fine.
Okay, thank you. Paul is good too.
Thank you.
So, if you wanted, I'll give you my email address. You can send me the questions. It's a lot of questions.
It is.
Oh, is that we're going to be able to answer all of them, but I'm certainly willing to give it a try, and we're going to be back here on the 25th.
Thank you, Paul. And that's exactly what I expected, that you wouldn't be able to answer them tonight. They're substantive, so I would send them. I have my notes. You said that you and your staff and folks are taking their own notes. So I could send these to you and would expect answers and would hope to get adequate answers. Thank you.
Okay, I'll send my email to Will.
Yeah,
okay.
I think we can coordinate. I think we can submit a bunch as a board. If for members who have questions, and also
that
if
would be good.
Outstanding questions, we can submit those. Although
that would be very good. Thank you.
Okay, but just as we're going, to the extent that you're able to answer stuff tonight, that's also helpful. But let's just start going to some more comments here. Steve and Christy O'Reilly.
Hey, I am a father and parent of 2 children at the Julia Richmond Education Center. I am a lifelong New Yorker. I have seen First and Second Avenue in the 60s to 70s change drastically for many, many years, with more and more skyscrapers going up, condos going up, creating more and more shade, certainly around St. Catherine's Park and other areas. The one thing that I noticed in listening today was that the number one way to sort of attract people to a leading life science building in New York City is to have industry clusters. And I sort of have an issue with that because, yes, it is a cluster for science, but most people, most researchers, doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals, blood specialists are coming to New York City, are attracted or recruited to New York City because of what New York City has to offer. And if it doesn't have a public school that they can send their children to, that is a quality public school like the Ella Baker School where my children go, and if they don't have the restaurants, the lifeblood of the city with all of the different culture and things because in parks, they are not going to be recruited and they are not going to come to New York City, and they especially won't come to the neighborhood that you're talking about. We've been watching Sloan Kettering, we've been watching Cornell, we've been watching many of these institutions over the years continue to build these big buildings, and that's great, and I appreciate and applaud all of the hard work they're doing, but there's other aspects and there's communities that you need to take into account, and I really don't feel like I've gotten that vibe in tonight's meeting. This is my first longtime listener, first time caller, so thank you. Oh no, there's the shade. Maybe you don't see me anymore.
Okay, thank you. Let's go next to Susan Cooper, who I understand has had her hand raised and or has been trying to raise her hand, but I think it's not been working for her.
I'd like to focus on construction noise. The constant truck yelling, banging, the drills, the jackhammers, the steel hitting steel, the whistles to announce the noise pollution that's coming. Our question is, what will be the lasting impact on the over 2,000 kids attending Julia Richmond and the Sam School and Ellen Baker and all the other schools in the area, living with this kind of noise pollution for over 4 years? The Environmental Protection Agency publishes a flyer on noise-induced hearing loss in children. How do we prevent this from happening to these kids? And there's another issue involving noise pollution, and that is crane adjustments and concrete pours need to be done when there's a minimum of foot and vehicle traffic. When will that work be done in this neighborhood? This situation is likely to be addressed by the contractor requesting after-hours variances. These variances are issued by the city when the powers that be deem it to be safer to be in a neighborhood to perform the work at night or on weekends, or when near schools or public spaces. So noise pollution and sleep deprivation and disruption are serious. And this is probably one reason why so many problems have arisen with buildings being built when they are out of context with a neighborhood. There's a keen interest in focusing on making cities more humane. There are new innovations in urban design with an eye toward healthier environments. And this does exactly the opposite and will not be anything New York City will be proud of. So we really need to talk about these kids in more detail. The other question I have is, can trucks make the turn into the waste and loading docks given the narrow 66 feet and parking only on one side of the street?
Thank you.
I haven't seen anything that allows that.
Thank you. All right, we will go next to Stuart, and if you can give us your full name, please, that would be good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, my name is Stuart D. Levy, L-E-V-Y. It's supposed to be Stuart and my wife, Susan. We live at 333 East 66th Street, 2 buildings east of the proposed project. We've been here 25 years and lived at the Newport, 76 between 1 and 2 for 20 years before that. I was born in Brooklyn, lived in Queens, and moved to Manhattan 44 years ago. The first left turn you can make from 57th Street in bumper-to-bumper traffic to get cross town, cross through the park to 66th Street. If you're local and you're a cab driver, you know that you can also go on 67th Street, go north to 5th and zigzag through the park. Both streets are now going to be blocked for 5 years. That's in addition to the bus traffic on 67th Street. I cannot come out of my garage and make a right turn now on days of traffic because of the backflow of traffic, 2nd Avenue across 66th Street. The gridlock. I can wait 10 minutes to get out of the garage. And my wife has stage 4 ovarian cancer, and she's not being treated at Sloan. She's being treated at NYU. And we never know how long it's going to take to get there. The people who are being treated at Sloan, they're dropped off right where your garbage is going to be held. Right where that's going to be held, these sick people. I have no assurances that your garbage is going to be safe, not radioactive, not Wuhan quality garbage. And I've seen no traffic studies. We have ambulances using 66 and 67th from Columbia Presbyterian. I'm going to go with the professor and the doctor from Cornell who says we don't need these labs. They're not BSLs, it's BS we're being hit.
Thank you. Let's go next to Tricia Shimomura.
Hi, everybody. So I just want to, first of all, thank all the neighbors and community members who have come out and stayed and sat with us for this. We're still close to 200 people in, and I just really thank you so much for being here and for all the other meetings. Russell, I actually have a question for you first before I have a statement, but at the very beginning of this, you mentioned that there was an issue with posting and where this was posted. Could you just clarify for me what's required for ULERP postings when this happens and what the blood center actually did?
I'm going to go to Will to give you the details for that.
So yeah, we asked that the applicants flyer the week before. They received it on Tuesday, the flyer on Tuesday. We asked them to flyer by Friday, and we got a response on Monday that they had not flyered yet.
Okay, what's the requirement for this?
As in textually in law?
Yeah.
In law, the only requirement is that we put the public notice into the city record. So we did do that. We also have to post it into the zoning portal on the DCP's website, and we did that as well. And it's been on our website for, at least 2 weeks.
Okay.
So I'll just add, briefly, I mean, what I said at the beginning, which is that this is something that Community Board 8 expects of all applicants and something that we ask every applicant to do, and which the vast majority of applicants, do without issue. So that's.
Okay. I guess, so I echo everything that's been said already, and I hope, I thank you, Alita, for those questions. I hope that the blood center and the applicant will come back and the other members of this development will come back and talk about light pollution, and we'll talk about these other issues. But I want to focus my comments again on process here, which is just seriously problematic. I think it's really problematic that we're seeing this entity that claims to be working with the community that's not doing postings in good faith the way that to the same standard that we hold every other applicant when it comes for a liquor license, when it comes to a closing of a street, or when it comes to any other issue. I think it's really problematic that after 5 meetings that the proposal for the proposed project has absolutely no changes than at the beginning. I think it's seriously problematic that, and I say this as the co-chair of the Parks and Waterfront Committee, that in their description tonight about the impact on St. Catherine's Park, it was shrouded in words like a portion of the park will stay in the light during this time. When the last time we heard this presentation, we knew that there was significant impacts to St. Catherine's Park. And if you read the report, then they will tell you, it says very clearly that there are no mitigating measures that can be taken to give back the light that's being lost in St. Catherine's Park. There's nothing that can be done about this unless you build a smaller building. That's just it. And unless you can prove to me otherwise, it's extremely problematic that tonight in the presentation, and I listened very closely, that was never said. The way that this is being presented, the process through which this project has been going through is riddled with evidence that this is not a good community neighbor. So I don't think that we've talked enough about process. I don't think that zoning changes and rewards should be given to bad neighbors, period. And as good as the blood center is, and you can check, I donate regularly to the blood center. This is really the blood center and Longfellow being bad neighbors. And I do put blame on the blood center as well. I do think that ultimately this is a decision that they're going forward with, even though they can have their building as of right. I also just want to say that, even in the back and forth with Russell earlier, the gentleman talked about other points of view. For those who haven't looked at the online testimony, and I thank you for that online testimony, there were 312 people who submitted testimony. I haven't read it all, but I promise you I will. But I did look at that testimony, and out of those 312 people, we had 20 people who were in favor of it. Out of those 20, there were 7 of those people were actually outside of the district, so non-community residents. So I respectfully disagree with this idea that there are opposing points of view. I've listened to this entire evening, and I have yet to hear one neighbor that is directly that uses St. Catherine's Park, that is in favor of this project. So I'll leave it at that. I echo everything, but I do want to call particularly my fellow board members, I call their attention to the process here, which has just been riddled with problems. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for making that point about, the online, the written comments. And I looked at those as well. And you're right. I mean, it is overwhelmingly in opposition. So next, let's go to Chris Sosa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Wonderful, thank you. My name's Chris Sosa. I'm running to succeed Ben Kalos, and I live in Yorkville.
Chris, you can't do any, no mention of campaigning or anything like that.
Forgive me. Then never mind. I live in Yorkville, and my concern has to do with families. We know that the Julie Rickman Center is home to a school that specifically serves children with autism. And for anybody who has a loved one on the spectrum, and many parents will realize this, there's an intense sensitivity to sound that comes with autism spectrum disorders. Loud noises can be literally painful. In addition to this is a series of mitigation factors that are usually employed by schools to help protect children from sounds. But when you're dealing with construction level sounds, such as what you're going to hear from a building of this nature, and for a sustained period of time, over 50 months, I'm really concerned with the callousness of proposing this specific project so close to a school that we know serves this community. So I'd really like to hear from the Blood Center and Longfellow what protections they're going to offer for children with autism who are going to be deeply impacted by this sound. And in addition, how they feel hearing children come to a community board meeting and beg them for sunlight.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Anthony Cohn.
Okay, I'm here somewhere. As an architect with 40 years, sorry, here I am. Okay, as an architect with 40 years of experience, or more actually, I've always regarded Paul Selver as the preeminent land use attorney in New York City. Nothing this evening has disabused me of that opinion. However, I have a couple of questions and maybe a couple of comments. If proximity of the New York Blood Center to the hospitals and all the other research organizations on the Upper East Side is so important, in fact, is paramount to their remaining in the existing location, then why are they willing to move away for 4 or 5 years in order to achieve the building? It's a rhetorical question, but it's a question. And then the next question is, if you can't build on this spot, New York Blood Center, are you leaving New York? Why do all of the construction jobs and all of the jobs that are promised by this project disappear if it's at another site in the city? And if New York is so important, what are we talking about? Finally, just to underline, as of now, the New York Blood Center has made no effort to modify its proposal, despite continued opposition for the last, well, now 6 months. And finally, the secret rules are a minimum that all applicants are asked to satisfy. And no effort is made at all in this application, and probably in any, to look beyond that minimum. So in fact, traffic studies that are based on the no project or the as of right project are used as the baseline. But that doesn't necessarily describe the difference between the current condition and the condition going forward. And I think that it's a kind of straw man to say, well, we're following the secret rules, whereas in fact, the secret rules are designed to benefit development projects, not to hinder them. And finally, it is not at all inconceivable that a developer on the Upper East Side could aggregate a lot 200 by 200, the size of the Blood Center lot, to build a comparable inappropriate development. Just because there isn't another lot that size right now doesn't mean that another one couldn't in fact be created. That's it. Thank you.
The one thing I'll say to that, Anthony, is the last point. There isn't another one that could be created because the other one that is created would have to displace something. Might be a school, might be a hospital, might be 200 residents. But this project doesn't displace any of those.
But it could, Paul. Somebody could, in fact, buy the building I live in, the building's next door, and the building's behind.
I don't consider that to be precedent. You can, but I don't. Okay, so.
Well, we'll just have to disagree on what constitutes precedent.
Okay.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you,
Thanks.
Paul.
And by the way, if there are answers to any of those questions that you feel strongly about, please submit them.
I think we'll want, I think we'll want, really answers to all the questions that you've gotten. So I would, anything that folks have mentioned that hasn't been answered yet and that, you're not going to be able to answer tonight, consider them submitted. And we'll certainly, we can follow up with emails about other stuff that comes in and that kind of thing. But I know you guys are taking these down. So we do want to hear answers to all the questions in the, when you're able to provide those, and hopefully certainly by the time of our next meeting. I do want to, I have some questions actually for George, although Paul, you can also weigh in on these questions as well. The first one is, under the proposal, the proposed rezoning here, could residential housing at some point be built in the site? That's the first question. And the second question is is there any limitation in the application as proposed that actually requires that the commercial space be leased to life sciences companies as opposed to any other potential commercial tenant? And again, that's a question for George in the first instance, but if you want to weigh in, Paul, you can.
If I can, after George speaks. Yes.
Sure.
Well, C27 does allow for residential uses. I've heard that the Blood Center is willing to stipulate that they wouldn't do that, but I don't know that that's in the application. I haven't seen that. Paul can clarify whether that.
It's not in the application, George, but it's something, it's a condition that if anyone asked us to agree to, we would agree no residential. We would agree to any, as I said, about the BSL labs, and we would agree to make that what I would call a major modification, which is subject to ULURP review to change it.
Okay. And then regarding your second question, the C2 zoning is flexible in terms of use. However, my understanding is, and this is from memory, is that it's limited to 10 FAR, and that the 10 FAR for commercial use has a very narrow band of uses that would fit into that. And I will defer to Paul to tell me what those narrow bands are.
C27 is a zone that allows 2 FAR of commercial.
Yeah.
So that if this special permit, this special permit were not used, there could be no more than 2 stories of commercial uses in the building, and those commercial uses would be essentially the same kind of uses that you see now along 2nd Avenue north of 66th Street, yes. And which are neighborhood retail uses, plus you can in fact have some entertainment uses, movie theaters, for example. But really neighborhood-oriented retail and office. Could not be a hotel, by the way, without a special permit. So that would not be an as-of-right situation. It allows 7.52 FAR of residential. Again, that probably, as we said, I said that would be a major modification. We would agree to that, which would require another ULURP. The only use that could go to 10 FAR would be a community facility use, institutional use.
Okay, so just to be clear, as it's proposed, if if that happened, a given floor couldn't just be like you're saying, it could not be leased out to an office tenant, or it could.
That's correct. It could only be leased. It could only be leased out in accordance with the approval and what's shown on the plans. And I'm not certain, honestly, off the top of my head, what the plans show, whether they show any possibility of use group 6 use. I know that I believe that the special permit calls for life sciences uses, which is what.
Okay, well, we'll want to, I think, check that and get.
Yeah, we can. That's easy enough to find out. It's on public record.
Okay, next let's go to Christine Olson.
Hi, my name is Christine Olson. I'm the principal co-director of Urban Academy Laboratory High School. I'm here to speak on behalf of my school community and the other schools of the Julia Richmond Educational Complex. As is clear, we're not in support of the New York Blood Center East expansion project. As you're well aware, the JREC campus serves students from pre-K through 12th grade. We have a life center, which is a program for children of young parents, 4 high schools, one of which is an international high school, a K through 8 elementary school, and a middle school for children with autism. The students come from neighborhoods far beyond the Upper East Side. So this development is going to impact communities far beyond just this neighborhood. Our building serves 2,000 children, and we have students right now that represent every city council district in the city except for one. Our campus serves children of all ages from diverse backgrounds. It's seen as a safe haven for so many young children and so many young adults. One of the schools, Vanguard, actually serves students who are getting cancer treatment at Sloan Kettering. I believe they've lost 3 students this year, actually. Our campus is, I just want to say that I think it's been raised that we have concerns about the congestion, both traffic and people. We have concerns about the ongoing construction, the debris, and the noise. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more on the sunlight concerns as it pertains to education, because I don't know that that's been spoken about as much. Our campus is filled with art, music, joy, creativity, intellectual curiosity, lively discussion, books, science, math, college preparation, and democratic preparation. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that, like the Blood Center, our campus is engaged in life-saving work. As our kids return to school after COVID, I can't speak of the number of crises that we're helping students and their families deal with. We're seeing more and more students with depression and anxiety, and we in the city are investing a lot of resources to support students struggling with anxiety and depression. I didn't give myself enough time. This work is going to actively work against what we're being asked by the
Thank
city
you.
right now.
Next, we will hear from Valerie Mason.
Thanks. I am still sort of mulling over that reference to Vietnam. I'm Valerie Mason, and I am the president of the East 72nd Street Neighborhood Association, and we are part of the coalition to stop the Blood Center. I was going to talk on behalf of our organization, but I just want to commend our chair for making a lot of the comments that I was going to make in terms of process. And at the last zoning meeting, Mr. Salver, you indicated that you were going to answer the questions that we raised then. And I thought we were going to get some written responses, and we never got anything. So I don't really think that you guys have been very responsive to the community. And we have certainly, while I've been on the community board, had land use issues and proposed projects. And we have had negotiations and discussion prior to the start of the ULURP process. In fact, one comes to mind that I won't even mention out loud that isn't even close to doing ULURP. You also mentioned that this proposal that you have is really important because of the life sciences and everything that's happened in 2020. I mean, I can recall being at community board meetings at the Blood Center when everybody was talking about this rumor about what the Blood Center was proposing in terms of a project. So way back in 2018, 2019, we knew that something was coming along. It was only when we were in the midst of COVID that it came forward. And another thing, everyone we talk to is bowled over by the speed at which that this has gotten into the ULURP process. And everyone asks us how this could be. I'm not a land use expert, and I don't know the answer to that. I mean, it's just crazy to me that you could avoid in your DEIS doing a traffic study and revealing in the scoping hearing anything about the lab, and boom, 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 you're out of City Planning Commission and you're already here in the ULURP process. I mean, maybe you can explain to us why everyone was so gung-ho about this project. And Russell's right, we're on the clock now. And you haven't done really anything. You haven't done anything to give us any confidence that you're willing to address any of our concerns, because we've been having the same concerns since the first time you guys came forward to us. And so I just have to say, my organization represents over 2,000 residents on the Upper East Side, and we're happy to be part of this coalition. We consider you to be a rogue neighbor right now. I mean, you literally have the lifeblood of this community in that building, and you are ignoring us and insulting us with these arguments that you are making for a land use, proximity to institutions that you aren't even going to be in your building. And the other thing I want to just say, and I'll stop, I mean, we've watched a lot of webinars that Longfellow has participated in, and they have actually said in those webinars that high towers are not really ideal for these life sciences centers. So we don't understand why having this 331-foot tower fits what Longfellow has done in the past. So I'd like you to address that question as well, because it seems by their own admission, this is not a perfect site for this project. And, you know, I'll stop at that, except to say that the Coalition to Stop the Blood Center needs funding to stay in this marathon. And we hope that residents will go to Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts and donate some money so that we can be in this for the long haul. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go to Stephen Smith.
Stephen, you can unmute.
You're still muted. Will, can you unmute him again?
Yeah, I'm trying.
There we go. Okay. I am a resident of 333 East 66th Street, and I've been listening to everyone discuss and describe their frustration with the presentations that we've had. As Chairman Squire said, the expressed disappointment in the fact that there has been no change. There's been delays on acting on certain requests. Some of the things that Alita Camp has asked and has in fact wondered why the present administration has gotten this or approved this so quickly. I've done some research on my own, and I find that this seems to be a Kramer-Levin playbook. You know, not answer questions, listen to the questions and say, yes, we'll get back to it. And yet the time frame, as I've just heard, the clock is ticking. Mayor de Blasio expresses his own support for the communities and the students. One of the things I found through my reading articles about Kramer-Levin was that Kramer-Levin represented Mayor de Blasio in some issues he had with the U.S. Attorney and the Manhattan DA's office with regard to some ethic investigations. And I understand through the articles, he still owes that firm $300,000. Can't say that that's having an effect, but I wonder out loud if that is having an effect. I am speaking out against this building. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go next to Andrew Ravishir.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I am speaking out against this proposed land grab because of the inevitable climate change and medical harm included in this project. As financial capitals around the world have rushed to build to the sky, research has been emerging, particularly in China and London, who are ahead of us on the overdevelopment curve, that demonstrates that buildings emit an exponentially greater amount of greenhouse gas emissions and use an exponentially greater amount of energy after 100 feet and then after 210 feet. This increase in turn warms our city by trapping energy in the atmosphere, worsens our air quality through the trapping of particulate matter, and exacerbates the urban heat island effect. The urban heat island effect can be defined as the propensity of cities to trap and grow considerably warmer than the surrounding natural environment. According to the EPA, locales within the urban heat island can be up to 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than surrounding areas. The New York State Energy Research and Development Authority recognizes the greater danger that this temperature jump would bring about with regards to rising asthma, cardiovascular, mental health, and infectious disease rates, which would be especially relevant for your facility. The glass facade of your building would amplify the distance of this effect, and New Yorkers of color often bear the brunt of this harm. Heat islands can also worsen the impact of naturally occurring heat waves. Sensitive populations, such as children, like on those playgrounds nearby, older adults, and those with existing health conditions are particularly at risk during these events. As an aspiring life sciences center, the Blood Center and Longfellow should already know these facts, and maybe you already do. This development would exacerbate the environmental and medical challenges that our city already faces. Please be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Ms. Steen, the JREC parent, and if you could just give us your full name, please.
Good evening. My name is Nichelle Dean, and I'm a JREC parent. briefly, I'm just going to echo sentiments that I've stated earlier as I've been a part of a lot of these board meetings. There's someone mentioned something about a fair trade-off. What is a fair trade when you're at the door of a cancer hospital across the street from a park and a school, the vibrations in the land, and the loud sounds that directly impact a population that I've been working on behalf of for over 25 years, which is the Office of People with Developmental Disabilities. And the way that I work is to safeguard the health, safety, and well-being of children and people with intellectual, developmental, and mental health disorders. And all of this, the risk that these people say that they don't want the mid-block construction is the business, is the risk. With it being safe for the workers and you want something for the union workers, it's unsafe for kids. It's not, life-saving, it's life-damaging, it's unconscionable, to use a word, since we're talking about building a monstrosity across the street from a school. Again, I have a father, a daughter, a nephew, numerous friends and family members and loved ones that I care about. People that have direct impact on the lives of my children and my family, where my father gets life-sustaining treatment. And this is unconscionable. It's unfathomable that this is still even a question meeting after meeting after meeting. And it's obvious that they just don't care. You're using words like land grabs and safeguards and jobs. Oh my, it's all a bunch of crap. And I'm sorry that I'm not as appropriate when I first was given the opportunity to speak. And I say this with all due respect, but with love and passion and care for that entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to keep going through the hands that are raised. I just want to talk a little bit about the process here, because I see we're getting to 10 o'clock, but we're going to keep going. But I do want to make a suggestion here for just sort of looking ahead for the process going forward. I think certainly so far it seems like the board comments have been going one way, and I think we'll do a sort of straw poll later in the meeting. But what I think is going to make sense is, I already mentioned, I don't think we're going to do a resolution tonight, but I think, between now and the next meeting, I think, based on a straw poll tonight, I think we can have folks work on a resolution that may be ready for our next meeting, although it'll be a draft, and we can still incorporate the additional information that we're looking to get from the applicant in our questions. But that's sort of how I'm thinking of, we may want to proceed here. Because we're going to be hearing from more board members, we can hear people's input on that. So let me go. Will lowered Billy's hand by accident, so I'm going to go to Billy.
Yeah, Will didn't think he was going to like what I had to say, I guess. Kidding. So I just first want to thank the 318 people who submitted testimony. I've read a lot of it, and it's really terrific. And I also want to thank George Janes for presenting to us today. George, I read your memo, which I also thought was truly excellent. I wanted to, turn to Paul for a few questions. And first, actually, just want to briefly thank you, Paul, because if I heard correctly, you are voluntarily going to study the shadow impacts on JREC, and devil's in the details, I guess, but that's a question we had at our last meeting, and I'm appreciative that it sounds like you're all willing to do that. I kind of have just three sort of topics I want to hit through quickly with you, Paul. One is, are you willing to stipulate to limiting the BSL-3 lab to a blood and tissue lab?
I have to talk to the blood center. And I don't know is that the people who are here tonight can make that decision, but we hear the question. Okay, so fair for you to remind us next time.
Yeah.
We don't come volunteer and answer, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something George suggested in his memo. I thought was a good idea. And then did I hear you correctly to say that you are open, your client's open to limiting the BSL-3 lab to the blood center specifically, making sure that's not extended to the commercial labs?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. The other topic, topic 2, I want to hit through with you, Paul, is alternatives to your proposal. And I don't know if you saw in George's presentation, he talked about 2 alternatives. One would waive coverage and yard requirements. It would keep the height and setback requirements of the R8B. It would allow for an additional 81,000 square feet compared to what the Blood Center is currently allowed to do as of right. Is that a proposal that you explored at all as you were sort of crafting alternatives or possibilities with your client?
I think it's fair to say that we did not look at that alternative specifically. I think the issue, the Blood Center approached this project with a goal of being prudent about the use of its endowment, and that project of that size was not consistent with that goal.
Not consistent with the goal of being prudent with the endowment?
Preserving the endowment, yes.
Okay. In the interest of time, I do want to move to my last topic, which is funding, which Keith Goodhus, who's a member of the public, mentioned funding earlier. I actually think it is quite a situation, and I guess I'll explain why. But the presentation, I think, at the beginning of your presentation, it may not have been your piece of it, Paul, but mentioned 4 or 5 acquisitions that the Blood Center has been involved with recently. Community Blood Center of Greater Kansas City, Rhode Island Blood Center, Innovative Blood Resources in Minnesota and Nebraska. And the last one was Blood Bank of Delmarva. Paul, did any of those involve changes to zoning in those localities to allow for more expansive growth than was permitted as of right?
I've got the faintest idea. I don't know whether actually anybody on the team does, but I could.
Yeah, and look, that's fair. I guess for me, here's the concern. This is why I think funding is completely germane. We're being asked to approve a zoning change that I think is widely understood in this room to essentially be funding an expansion that the Blood Center will lease out to commercial labs or whomever, and the revenues gain is going to help underwrite this proposal. And I guess my concern is, this is not about some sort of opaque, how's the financing structured? This is very clearly about, does the Blood Center, does your client need to get this zoning for dollars, this money, I think, being printed out of thin air in order to pursue its needs? And I think our understanding is in part that under current zoning, the Blood Center could, expand for the needs that are envisioned by your proposal. And I've also, we've discussed a couple alternatives that George has raised that would allow for an expansion without going up to 334 feet tall. So, I'm not going to end this with a question, I guess, but more of a statement, which is that I do think it is germane for us to understand the funding, understand the revenues that the Blood Center would be getting from the proposed leasing to commercial labs. And I would hope, Paul, that is something you'd be comfortable discussing with us the next time you come before us, because it really is crucial to our understanding about how much of this is about a need for the Blood Center to have these relationships with, say, commercial labs in this very building, versus this is about financing. And there are other ways of financing. There's an endowment. There are other ways to get the financing for this project beyond what I call zoning for dollars. So I'll leave it there. But I would hope that we could have more of a detailed discussion on this at our next meeting.
I hear you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Let's go to Pallavi Devchand.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Pallavi Devchand. As a seasoned scientist, I have great respect and appreciation for the Blood Center and its outstanding science. I think it's placed our neighborhood on a global map of prestigious recognition. I understand the argument of critical mass in research. To it, I think it might interest the Blood Center to know that Dr. Elias Sahuni has submitted a letter of opinion. This is a savvy community, and we applaud innovation and support construction that would raise the value of the Upper East Side. We've always been there. But my opposition for this project is simply on the cost to the community. It's just too high from perspective of quality of life, and the fact that the Blood Center is located at the nexus of community fundamentals like schools, libraries, parks, etc. And so that being said, I am totally open-minded to a remodel of the proposition because I think the New York Blood Center is of value to us as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Marco Tamayo.
Thank you. Thank you, Russell. I rise in opposition of this project. Even though I am supporting the Blood Center building to replace its obsolete building with a new state-of-the-art building, I am strongly opposing to build any commercial, industrial, laboratory type building in our contextual residential R8P district, because it will create a precedent to eliminate our residential character. I had to mention to this company of the attorneys, they create the corridor of York Avenue. So it is a precedent for them. The proposed laboratories can be relocated in a more advisable zoning district, where the city can provide to these developers some attractive tax incentives, free air rights, and other complementary services. Therefore, Longfellow can still have a good financial gains, and at the same time, they can still create jobs. Having our unique skyline, tall buildings facing each other on wide avenues, and on the mid-block, 65 feet wall height building on a 60 feet wide street provides a unique relationship between enough sunlight and well-proportioned human scale, which are fundamental elements for a peaceful community. Also, the mechanical ventilation on a commercial industrial laboratory type building section is extremely problematic. If there is a human error in controlling the maximum hazardous particles allowed to exhaust, we are putting our entire community in harm's way. Our community has stifling traffic and overcrowded conditions in the morning rush hours. At 64th Street Station, the uptown trains are coming so full that they look like packed of sardines. From 79th Street to the hospital corridors, there are serious traffic conditions. 2nd Avenue is congested too, from 62nd to 60th Street due to the access to the bridge and the FDR Drive, and by the reduction of one traffic lane for the bicycle lanes at 61st and 62nd Streets. On the other hand, this applicant conveniently modified the number of people that will impact our community. On the first presentation, this applicant said there were 5,500 people coming to our community. Now they are saying it's 1,960. Furthermore, they say as per calculation using the CEQR technical manual procedure, this project will impact with 122 autos and 160 people by train. Even though if we accept these ludicrous numbers, the queue line won't be able to absorb one more strap hanger and the traffic will be gridlock. Consequently, the manual is wrong or this applicant is misleading us in their calculations or both combined. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go next to Elizabeth Rose.
Thank you, Russell. The fundamental argument for why this large building should be in this location, besides the idea that it could be, has been proximity. Proximity of research, and there are two types of proximity. I think they're both important. One is proximity of the blood center to its research partners, and the other is the proximity within the building of the blood center with its, what it describes in the presentation as its partners, but we now know are the commercial tenants. And so I want to just talk a little bit to the partners. In the blood centers, annual report, at the very, very back, there is a list of partners who are literal partners in that they are passing money back and forth through federal grant programs and doing research together. So yes, Columbia University is there, but it's not clear whether that's Columbia University up on 168th Street, Columbia University in the Morningside campus, or Weill Cornell Medical. There's also the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, which is located in Seattle, Washington. There's also the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, located in the Bronx. There is also the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the University of Pennsylvania, Ohio University, the University of California, the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, which would be rather convenient to the 125th Street location, the Fox Chase Chemical Diversity Center, Inc., which is located in Pennsylvania, the Zeta Pharmaceuticals, Inc., which is located in Huntsville, Alabama, the Caldera Medical LLC, located in New Hampshire, the PAI Life Sciences, Inc., located in Seattle, Washington. So research, yes, I'm sure there is some research that is being done specifically with the three institutions that are across further east from the blood center, but it is clearly not the only research being done, and clearly lots of research is being done that is not proximate. Then there is the question of the proximity to the so-called partners in the building itself. And here I think we heard really interesting response to a question by Ms. Betsy Jett, who was speaking about would the other organizations in the building have access to use the BASL labs. And one of the things she said was, and she said it like really emotionally, we don't want people we don't know in our labs. Well, these aren't people you don't know. These are people that have been described to us as vital collaboration that enables the research to be successful, both for you and for them. And that the need of the commercial space in the building is to create this community of organizations that will build upon and interact with each other and collaborate in their research. So while I am all for keeping the BSL labs completely just to the blood center and limiting their use, I really felt that the language was much broader. And I think that was another tell there, to use Paul Graziano's term. This is really a building for the blood center and a commercial development to pay for it. And so I have a very specific land use question for both Paul Selver and for George Janes. You referenced that an FAR is only available in the C27 zone for community facility use. What we clearly have here are two separate buildings. We have a piece that is about 2/3 that is community facility, and then there is another 1/3 community facility, and then 2/3 purely commercial, not a community facility. Does the full 10 FAR still apply?
I'll speak to that if that's okay, and then George. Sure. So that's what the special permit is all about. And that's why when I was talking about what's permitted, I was talking about what's permitted as of right if you are not using the building pursuant to the special permit. What the special permit does is it allows additional commercial floor area. In essence, it allows what is permitted to be community facility floor area that could be used as community facility labs in land use terms to be used as commercial labs in land use terms. So that while the people operating the lab may have a different business structure, profit motivation, organizational structure, the land use going on at that location is essentially the same as it would be if it were a community facility. That's the logic behind it.
Well, that to me is yet another fig leaf justification for something that is, at one point you said earlier this evening that this gives the New York Blood Center a new home, and that is the right word because you really are asking for a gift. And then finally, Billy Freeland said that there are other capital approaches other than the commercial partnership. I would like to, and using your endowment, I would like to point out that most not-for-profits do capital campaigns, and they develop donor bases, and they get given the money that they need to build the facilities that they need.
Thank you. Let's go next to Rebecca Lamort.
Hi, everyone. Am I unmuted?
Yep.
I won't take up too much time because it is getting to a late hour. I want to start by thanking all of the students and young people that testified tonight to share their feelings attending the school, using the park. It's so important to hear from young people, and their voices are too often overshadowed and just unheard in conversation. So it was really great to see them turn out tonight. I share the same concerns that community members have raised, that fellow board members have raised, not only the size of the project, but also the implications of it. I've worked on land use and zoning campaigns before, and the city will point to precedent like this that we would be creating with this mid-block rezoning. They would then look at other communities facing this and dealing with the same opposition we are now and say, oh, look, it happened on the Upper East Side. It went through. We can do it here as well. So I'm very concerned that if we move forward with this project, we'll be hurting other communities throughout New York City. So that's a big part of my opposition as well, the precedent it will set. Outside of that, the environmental impacts on light, on air, and also very specifically, as was mentioned by Chris Sosa, the autistic students at the school nearby. I'm a part of a group called QSAC, Quality Services for the Autism Community, and the impacts from construction noise will greatly, greatly harm these students while they're trying to learn and go to school. And so I would love to hear from the Blood Center similarly what mitigation plans they have were this project to move forward. But ideally, I do not want to see this project move forward. I want us to continue organizing as a community to oppose it, work with our elected officials, and do everything we can, use every tool in our toolbox, so to speak, to be sure that this Blood Center rezoning does not advance and we don't see this project move forward. Also, quite honestly, I'm just going to be blunt. It's a land grab. If the Blood Center came and said, hey, we want to redo our building a little bit, we want to do some improvements, some retrofits, and stay within our regular footprint, I don't think the community would be turning out in such great opposition. Whereas now we've had how many hearings and not many people are in support. We're not seeing testimony submitted. Over 300 of our neighbors have submitted testimony, as we've heard, mostly in opposition, aside from about 13 to 15 people that are in support from the community. So I think it's very important that we as a board honor our neighbors that are continually speaking out in opposition and not seeing changes made from the Blood Center, which is very disingenuous to me. We've had how many hearings, as I said, and we've been very open in our critiques in what we've asked for to be changed and how other plans can be looked at. And you keep coming back with the same presentation, and that's just not good faith negotiations. That's not how you work with a community or try and build a bridge with a community to move forward on some kind of development. So I'm opposed to this project. I will remain opposed to this project, and I look forward to working with everyone in the community to do all that we can to continue fighting it and make sure that this rezoning doesn't move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go next to Michelle Birnbaum.
Yeah, thank you very much, Russell. Yes, I'm very, very much opposed to this project for all of the reasons that were mentioned tonight, but my primary focus and concern is on the zoning and the quality of life. There will be a domino effect if this zoning gets violated. It may not be in Asia, but it could be in Eastern Europe, which was very prominently happened. There definitely will be this as a precedent. Other developers will absolutely point to it, and it will absolutely be an issue in other mid-blocks. And the zoning, as I've said many times, is the only thing between us and chaos, and we must respect it. Let me just ask, well, I'll mention a transportation issue first, and then I want to ask a question. You know, because that school, because there are 5 schools in the Julia Richmond complex, and because some of them are specialty schools, the school buses that routinely pull up in front of that building every day are not the big school buses where you can load, 40, 50 kids on it and take them back to one certain area. Because that school services children from all over the city, there are many, many, many school buses that pull up there because each of those buses has to go to a different area. An example of such a school on 88th Street between Park and Lex, they have 21 school buses a day pull up in front of that building because that school services a diverse community from all over the 5 boroughs. And that's true about Julia Richmond. So on that narrow street, the safety of transport of those children would be very much compromised, not to mention that it's a crosstown bus street as well, not to mention that the park is small and crowded even with neighborhood users, and the thousands of workers that would pour out of this new building to have lunch in the nice weather or whatever would be definitely have an impact on that park. But let me ask you this. Does the lease, I don't know if Mr. Silver is still on, but does the lease, not the application, does the lease permit renting to anyone besides Longfellow? And if Longfellow has the only right to maintain that property, what's the limitation as to who Longfellow can rent to? I know what the intent is, but economic times and social pressures and science and all that puts pressure where the initial plan may very well have to be altered. So what are the real I don't know if you want to answer that tonight, but if not, I'd really like the answers to those questions included. The other thing is this: for me, there is no compromise here, because the only way this project could be mitigated is to reduce its size and bulk. So we can talk about 1,000 things. Will you put this kind of lab only in the blood center? Will you have this footprint? Will you do this? Where will the mechanicals be? The bottom line, if at the end you end up over 300 feet, that's just not acceptable. So for me, I don't know how much negotiation we can have here. For me, I want to see defeat. I don't want this project to happen because there is no real mitigation that would be to anyone's satisfaction. So the community group that is formed will all heartily support it. Anybody, I'll give a shout out to them again. Anybody out there in the public arena who wants to support them, they gave out their Gmail. I'll do it again. It's stopbloodcentertower@gmail.com. And the sole purpose of this would be to defeat the building of this very oversized project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Elaine Walsh.
Good evening. Thank you. I want to make a couple of comments and then I have some questions. When we first heard about this application, there was a meeting. And at that point, we learned that the Blood Center Longfellow had met with every elected official, and only in the end did they think they had to come to the community board. Right from the beginning, they gave no respect to the board. There were numerous invitations to come to zoning meetings. They did not come, and when they finally did, it was a PR piece on the mission and what wonderful work Blood Center did, but nothing on what the plan was. We could find out nothing. Then what are we in? We're in May, April 27th. They had been invited a month before to come speak to the zoning committee, which would have been a smaller group, although given the community, wouldn't have been as small as they would have liked. They chose not to come. They were too busy preparing for the ULIP hearing. And that's where I have some questions. Listening to the community tonight, they were well prepared, they researched, they knew what they were talking about. And yet we had from the applicant's land use attorney and others, what seemed to me no preparation. They didn't answer any questions. They don't know the answers. Well, what were they doing? Did they think we wouldn't be asking questions? And on another point, Paul said, well, we could meet as a small group. No, you can't. We're a city agency. There's an open meeting law that would not permit that. And if you really wanted to work with us, you wouldn't have put in for the ULIP. You would have waited to have some discussion, but now you've put us all on a clock. And that adds added pressure. I have some questions. I'd like to know who the academic partners are and what faculty are involved from those institutions. I'm not aware of any university in the neighborhood that has partnered with you. I remember at the first meeting, you said Hunter College had turned you down. And yet now I see on your slide, Hunter College. Well, it wouldn't be the college necessarily, it's faculty members who bring in the grants. And when you look at any partnerships in health science, when I've looked at the website for Longfellow, it's always connected to a university. And it's also like 2 or 3 stories high, the building. This is the first time they're coming into New York. They've never built a building of this size. So that is one. Who are the academic partners? The other piece, I did have my notes, but it is getting late. So the other thing I would say is there is no compromise. Michelle is right. The R8B envelope for that site is larger than what is currently built and used by the Blood Center. They can build within their envelope and not need any zoning changes. That's what should be done. The other thing I have, which I do not understand, is a special permit for the sign. Why do you think you would need a huge sign on the top of the building that will be lit up all night? What are you, who are you inviting over? What does it mean? You know the people working there, right? Why do you have to have a beacon there? I don't understand that. It made and makes no sense. The other piece is this is spot zoning. This facade of bringing in the avenues have nothing to do. And the movie theater, first of all, it'll never open again, I'm sure. It was closed before the pandemic, COVID. So what's that about? The other thing is, why is MIH in there? You know, MIH comes into play when you're going to do a zoning change, and it's going to be residential. MIH is not in our neighborhood. We were not part of de Blasio's plan to include that in our area. So what's that hanging out there? It raises, gee, are they really going to do the lab, or are they going to do housing? The final thing I'll say is, you know, we're all volunteers that are here. Community members have put in all their time. The board members have put in all their time, numerous times. And now you ask, could we give you the questions that we've raised tonight? We've asked them before and you didn't answer them. What I would suggest is you listen to the tape of the night, the YouTube, and you pull out the questions and then ask us, are these all the questions? And let us respond. Let's do a little heavy lift here, because I'm insulted that you were not more prepared to answer any questions tonight. You should have had people there from the Blood Center and Longfellow who were in a position of answering questions. We were in a position to answer questions and raise questions. So what's going on? Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just echo what Elaine said about the process. I mean, frankly, if you guys could send us a list of the questions that you're working on, that would be very helpful.
We will, I think the suggestion that we listen to the tape is a good one. We can do that. We'll work from our notes.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it looks like you guys have been
Send you a list.
noting carefully also. Yeah, thank you. All right, next, let's go to Francis Friedman.
Francis, you can unmute. There you go.
I'm Francis Friedman. I live at 315 East 65th Street on the 11th floor. I've lived here for 30 years, facing the plot that this building is to go on. So let's start at the back. If the blood bank is supposed to relocate for the 5 years of construction, where is it going to go? How much is it going to cost to move? And I'm going to assume that they're going to have to build a quality lab wherever they go in order to continue their mission. If they can move from this site someplace else, why not stay there? Why do a round trip, very expensive, out to someplace for 5 years, then back here, which will cost tens of millions of dollars? If they could relocate someplace else for construction to do their job, why not stay there? It's not necessarily dependent for them to be where they physically are located right now. If we look ahead for the technology, 5G technology and the advanced internet technology, which we've used over COVID, will also facilitate their networking. Number one. Number two, the character of this whole area that we're talking about is suburban. So when I look out at night, it's dark and it's quiet. What they're going to do is build a Christmas tree between here and the rest of what goes uptown up to 68th Street. Also, the sun comes up in the east. The building at 301 East 66th Street faces directly east. Their building will block all of the sunshine that would fall to that property. Property values will decline. That building will also fall a large shadow on my building here at East 65th Street facing north. So we'll end up with property values falling, no sunshine for the building between East 66 and East 67th, and afternoon shadows falling over all of the rest of the properties we've talked about.
Thank you. Let's go next to Rebecca Dangor.
Hi, rather than echo what other people have said, I'm going to keep my comments brief. I'd like to just thank all of the members of the public who have spoken and those who provided written testimony. Doing this on Zoom, we're losing the ability to kind of feel the energy in the room. And that's why it's so especially important to participate. And I want to thank you all for doing that and to remind you that you can still submit written testimony. And I hope that all of our board members will read them thoroughly and that in whatever our response will be, that we use the numbers that of how many people have submitted testimony, and I've kept a list of everyone who has spoken tonight. So I would just like to make sure that's reflected in our response in some form.
Thank you. Let's go next to Ed Hartzog.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you, everyone. I will be brief, and I will not speak to the pros and cons of the project. A lot of folks way smarter than myself have already spoken as to all those points. I would like to channel the directness of Ms. Dean, the parent who was speaking just a little while ago. I echo your just straightforward assessment of where we are. So at the risk of being an early applicant for Captain Obvious 2021, I would add just quickly as a quick aside, if it hasn't been noted, that the City Club has come out against this project. For those of you who are familiar with the City Club and their work, the architects in the room here in the chat. But I would like to just speak to the process and just some observations after a few years on the board. And I'm going to reference some projects I have referenced before. and members of the board who've been on for years will recognize these. 440 East 62nd Street, Sloan Kettering. You remember that project again with the floor plates. That one also wedding caking the building and casting people in shadows, as this gentleman was just speaking about. The other one, the MSK building in CUNY at 74th Street. I bring up those projects and process for this reason, for those of you interested in this for the long haul. I believe the reason why the applicant hasn't really altered their presentation, and frankly, with all due respect as an attorney, as many attorneys are on this chat as well, as we all know and trained, those being trial attorneys, litigators, you do your case and then you do the opposition case. So, tipping the cap, if to the land use council for the applicant, you're playing your hand the way you should. And I say, as Anthony Cohn pointed out, it's a good land use attorney, so it does not surprise me. So with that said, also, these are very smart folks, and as all of the folks are on this call. So logic dictates that the reason why they're not changing their application is because they know something that is not obvious to us, it seems, because again, 440, we made the mistake when we defeated them at the board. We didn't have a resolution saying we disapproved. Those of you who remember our trip down to the BSA. For those of you on 74th Street, we were not aware of the fact that, David Koch, I believe it was, had given $300 million or pledged $300 million to that project. That will have an impact. Someone raised the point earlier, which is a little scary. We're pushing this project now in the last year of the mayor's second term. So the mayor is not going to be around. All the city council seats are up. A lot of them are open, and this has been raised before. So the usual kind of check and balance, if you will, again, to be trying out for Captain Obvious, is that our elected officials are going to listen to what we say. And as those of you who have played our game before, we are just an advisory panel. That's the best we can do. That's all we can do is raise our voices and advise our elected officials. So I just again say that keep your eye on the ball process-wise beyond this, because it just seems to me that they're not responding, they're not changing for a very good reason. And I just throw it out there for all of you involved in this, just based on some experience, and just pass that along. Okay, that's it. Thanks, Russell. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Let's go to Stephanie Reckler next.
Good. Thank you. I am one of the original members of the Committee to Protect Our Lenox Hill Neighborhood. For more than 2 years, we have been opposing the outrageous proposal by Northwell Health to redevelop Lenox Hill Hospital by building the second tallest hospital in the world right in our neighborhood. The Northwell proposal seeks to expand the current hospital by surpassing the existing zoning limits by more than 2 times on Lexington Avenue and more than 6 times in the mid-block. While our opposition has gotten Northwell to give up building a 41-story residential tower on Park Avenue, the revised plan for a luxury destination hospital continues to be totally unacceptable in its height, its bulk, and its development timetable. The Northwell site
Sorry,
at
do you have comments about this proposal, Stephanie?
Yes, it's going, we're continuing. The Northwell site at Lenox Hill is just 10 blocks from the New York Blood Center site. If both of these projects were to be built as they are proposed, it would be a devastating signal of the future of residential life in New York City in the 21st century. While the Lenox Hill project is far different from the proposed Blood Center project, both share some common egregious traits. Both are proceeding despite the vehement objections of the neighborhood residents and their community board. What is true in both cases is that large sponsors with expensive lobbyists and lawyers are trying to bulldoze zoning regulations and ignore quality of life issues in favor of their own economic benefit and prestige. It is not accidental that de Blasio is speaking so strongly in favor of the blood bank commercial project, despite being a lame duck mayor. His debt to real estate developers is greater than his respect for his voters, whom he no longer needs. Allowing these projects to go ahead as proposed will destroy a part of New York City the zoning code was meant to protect.
Thank you. Let's go next to Felice Farber.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everybody tonight for their comments. It was really very thoughtful inputs. I just wanted to say briefly that this is not about NIMBYism, and it's not a referendum on life science development or the blood center in general. It's about the rezoning and whether the rezoning is appropriate. And this proposed development is out of context in both size and scale for the area. I'm very concerned about the lack of setbacks, the precedent of the mid-block rezoning, and especially the impact of the lack of natural light on St. Catherine's Park, JREC, and the community as a whole. The lack of natural sunlight has an impact on mood, morale, and motivation. I support economic development. I support expanding life science industry in New York City, but I'm opposed to the blood center project as proposed in this location. It is too tall and too dense for a mid-block development. And just one question, if I recall correctly, there's a mechanical and ventilation space at 3 spots within the building, one in the middle of the building. One of the comments raised today was about the issue of the impact of that ventilation on the surrounding residential buildings. If you wouldn't provide comments or answer the questions, if you could just address whether there's any impact on noise, vibrations, or emissions from that mid-level ventilation on the surrounding residential properties, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks. Paul, do you want to address that now?
No, I actually, we were trying to communicate with the mechanical engineer during the presentation on this issue, and we could not. So I will get an answer.
Got it.
That's very straight.
Add it to the list.
Understandable. Yeah.
All right. Next, let's go to Maggie Lehman.
Maggie,
Am I
there you
unmuted?
go.
Yes, we hear you.
Paul Silver, you talked about different perspectives with regard to this proposed project. You said the applicant and you had one perspective and the community another. There's only one perspective here that matters. It's the perspective that has to do with the impact on health and safety, with the negative impact. Your impact and the applicant's impact is a real estate money impact. That one does not matter here. Not here. Not, you can't possibly think that this is a reasonable site, your quote, when you've had hundreds of people talk about the park, the school, when you've had people refer to mid-level and ventilation and emissions spewing out onto the school, when you've listened to parents like Miss Dean and other parents calling this unconscionable. Of course it's unconscionable. This is, you said, a purely land use deal. Yes, but it's a land use deal that has been taken to an extreme. It's a land use deal that has ignored entirely every single destructive impact on the surrounding community. The broader city development policies that you refer to with regard to life sciences obviously can be accomplished anywhere in the city, including the 3 sites that have been offered to you where there would be no negative impact at all. Where is your moral compass?
Thank you. All right, let's go next to, so in the interest of time, the hands that are raised now, these are the last hands we're going to take, and I don't see other folks raising their hands, but we're not going to, these are the last comments we'll do, and then I think I'll give Paul a chance if there's any questions that he does want to answer now that have been raised that can be addressed now. I'll give him an opportunity to do that, and then I think we can just talk a little bit about kind of the plan for the board here. But let me now go to Allison Bell.
Thank you. My name is Allison Bell, and I'm a member of the Coalition to Stop the Blood Center Tower. My question would be for Dr. Hillier, the CEO of the New York Blood Center. With school buses and the M66 crosstown bus on 67th Street, and with 66th Street being a conduit to the crosstown transfers to the west side, these are two of the most crowded streets already in New York City. According to the filings with the city, the blood center currently has 230 employees. The proposed tower will have 2,630 employees, more than 10 times the current number of employees, going to a mid-block site. I don't think anyone could argue that this dramatic increase in people and deliveries won't have a huge adverse impact on traffic. And as you know, to the east is so-called Bedpan Alley with hospitals and ambulance bays. I live here. I hear the sirens as they rush people to the hospital to save their lives. With this dramatic increase in traffic congestion that will result from the proposed tower, these ambulances will experience the extra delays the same as everyone else. And certainly, because of the increased traffic as a result of the blood center tower, there will be times the ambulances will not be able to get through to failing patients. So I asked the doctors at the New York Blood Center, who have taken an oath to do no harm, what number of deaths from the additional traffic is acceptable to justify building this tower? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go next to Floyd Kaminsky before we go to Sharon again.
Thank you very much. My name is Floyd Kaminsky. I live at 315 East 68th Street. First, I need to say thank you to everyone who's offered their testimony tonight. And thank you for having this public meeting for our comments. I've lived at 315 East 68th Street for 40 years. My husband has lived there for 50 years. We've raised 2 children there who played actively in St. Catherine's Park, but that's our personal context. I just want to offer personal witness into how actively this open space complex is used. The basketball courts are used by people who come in to play, shoot hoops and play there and get exercise and are outside from way outside of our Upper East Side neighborhood. Has anybody asked them how they feel about this building? Little Theo, who talked about the importance of sunlight, he reflects so many children at that school who come out and have their playtime in that open space. What is now the basketball court open space for the behind the school. It's not even the park, and the park itself. I mean, I know from bringing my little children over there, it's just that is such an incredible respite from the urban intensity for families and little children, and it just seems to me, as someone has said, immoral. It's certainly not necessary to put that high-rise tower in the middle of a residential block. It is truly a residential neighborhood. We do have the school that we actively welcome to our community. We do have the public library that many of us beyond just our immediate neighborhood come and use. And we have the park that is a resource to all of the Upper East Side. You need to listen to the community as you make this important decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. We will go next to Sharon Pope-Marshall and Wendy. I'm very sorry, but I said that we were not going to have any new hands. I did a cutoff there. So let's go to Sharon.
Thank you, Russell. I too wanted to
just give my appreciation to everyone who testified who came to the community board meeting to give their remarks about the blood center proposal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is not going to be a sprint. It really is going to be a marathon. It's going to require a number of people who are going to pass the baton along the way. Together we'll make it through. I just wanted to remind the board of two things. One is that flyering, we asked the applicant to flyer the community, and the applicant did not. You know, I'll tell you that I've been on the board for a number of years, and I have found increasing dismissal of community concerns by institutions over those years. As an example, I want to tell you that Civitas organized a building height forum at Lenox Hill Hospital, advertised it for at least 3 or 4 weeks. This was a couple of years ago. And within, I would say, 48 hours, approximately 3 days before the forum, before the date of the forum, I received a call at my office telling me that they had revoked the reservation. You can imagine what it took to find a new place for everyone that had registered to participate in the forum. It was a Herculean effort, but it was only an indication of what I have suspected for a very long time, that there is this sense that the community overall does not matter. And although revoking a reservation for a major forum was huge, I have to tell you that not flyering, not posting an announcement is equally huge to me, because it speaks to the fact that they're not even going to do a small thing. And so I would urge everyone to join and participate in the coalition to stop the blood center tower. Civitas is a part of that as well. And from this point going forward, know that it's a sprint. I'm sorry, know that it is not a sprint, but that it is a marathon, and we're going to need help. Thank you, Russell.
Sure. So one of the things I mentioned, I think it makes sense. Why don't we just do kind of a straw poll here and just get a sense for, and this should only be members of the board. If you're not a member of Community Board 8, don't participate in this, but just to get a sense of, basically, are people, if you're favorably disposed, I would say, to the proposal in light of what we currently know, with the understanding we're going to get more information, I think, between now and the next meeting, use the green, the green yes button in your reactions buttons. And if you're unfavorably disposed towards the application, as we've got the information on it, then use the red no button. So if everybody could just do it now, we'll just kind of eyeball it as a kind of a straw poll. And when I say everybody, I just mean Community Board 8 members. So again, the green, the green and the red buttons in your reactions buttons. Okay. Good. Okay. All right. I see the. First, it seemed like folks weren't doing it, but now I do see a number of votes here, so that's good. Okay, so Okay, so look, I think there's certainly more reds than greens at this stage. So so in terms of plans for next steps, well, okay, before we sort of start to look ahead here, Paul, are there any of the questions that have been raised tonight that you want to address now? I know you're going to be providing additional information, looking into some of these questions, but if there was anything that was sort of, you know, you had the info now and just wanted to address it quickly, you know.
I really don't, and it's
okay.
Late enough
Yeah.
that all of us could do well to go home, or at least get off our Zooms.
Okay. So with that, yeah, I think for the next meeting, I think we'll hopefully get some, you know, answers to the questions that have been raised between now and then. And Paul, you said you're willing to come to the meeting so we can get additional information then. I will say it's also if, you know, people on the board want to start doing some of the legwork to put a resolution together, you know, or a potential resolution, I should say. I think that's something that folks can do also. And if that's something that you're sort of interested in, just coordinate with me offline. So I think with that, we can call it here. And if there's a motion to adjourn, we can take that. And I'll just, again, once more remind people that you can submit written testimony questions, you know, through the link that Will shared, or email us. And Rebecca, I assume, is moving to adjourn. I see a bunch of other hands.
Motion to adjourn.
Yep, and there's a bunch of other thumbs up here. So anyone opposed? Doesn't seem like it. So let's adjourn. Thank you very much, everybody, for sticking out for a long meeting, and thank you very much for participating. And I want to say thank you also to George, and also to the team from the applicant from the Blood Center, Paul, and everyone else for staying with us as long as you have. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Hey.